sustainable development in Central Asia. We are very delighted to see so many partners, friends, and colleagues, especially for our guests from Japan, our partner institution, our co-host of the event, University of Tsukuba. We have a range of other co-organizers of this event, the Nippon Foundation. We're also glad to see here the executive director of the foundation and many other institutions which supported this initiative. So let me start now the opening session of our conference, and I would like to give the floor to the rector of the University of World Economy and Diplomacy, first deputy chairman of the Senate of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Professor Sodiq Safoyev. Please.
Dear President Nagata-san, dear Executive Director Mori-san, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Konnichiwa, Assalamu alaikum, hoş geldiniz. It's a great honor for me to open up this very important conference and to speak before such a distinguished audience. I'd like to, first of all, express highest appreciation to the Tsukuba University and all our Japanese friends, Nippon Foundation, for their invaluable contribution for organizing this event and for your participation. We have special feelings towards Japan here in Uzbekistan, high appreciation of its deep culture, history, and traditions. Yesterday, being in Samarkand, we've witnessed with you that our relations have a long history and deep roots. Japan is a strategic partner of Uzbekistan, time-tested partner who from the beginning supported our independence, territorial integrity, and policy of modernization. Visit of President Mirziyoyev to Tokyo in 2019, December, opened up new phase in our partnership, and alongside with political dialogue, economic cooperation, the humanitarian and cultural sphere, we have a growing contacts with our Japanese partners in the sphere of the science and education. And indeed, as we discussed with you yesterday, Professor Nagata, perhaps it's a foundation which creates the solid basis for all other dimensions of our partnership. We're happy to have a growing partnership in this university with our partners in Japan and primarily with Tsukuba University and with the Nippon Foundation. It's highly symbolic that we're going to start our scientific cooperation and contacts with the matter of the sustainable development. Without any exaggeration, today it's the most acute and most important challenge of worldwide. It's a matter of survival of human being and our planet. And I'm grateful, President Nagata, that you supported the idea of holding joint Uzbek-Japanese scientific forum dedicated to the issue of sustainable development. It's not by chance that this year the General Assembly of United Nations will hold special session dedicated to the sustainable development. We should realize that if humanity will not take special and urgent steps, we're going to have huge problems, and the destiny of generations to come will be under the huge risk. It's a global problem, but frankly, here in Central Asia, these problems has a multiplied effect. And at the same time, Central Asia is kind of a laboratory of global climate. What happened in Aral Sea, evaporation of whole sea during the life of one generation, has an impact in Scandinavia, in a huge Eurasian landscape. And that's why taking addressing the pending issues in Central Asia, like water deficit, the degradation of land, has a not only regional but global significance. Here in Uzbekistan, the government has a special program addressing the complex issues related to sustainable development. In Parliament, we have a special commission which monitors the activity of government, and we're involving civil society to contribute, because it's not only the issue of government, it is issue of all society, including the NGOs, civil society matters. It's so important that we should combine our efforts. But every action should have a scientific foundation. The research, creating some recommendations based on the monitoring by the most distinguished scholars, is important for taking wise decisions by government and parliaments. That's why this conference is so important. Once again, I'd like to praise all institutions. We have here, Ms. Nagata, not only represents of our university, but now I'm seeing the represents of many universities from Uzbekistan. All of them will have today the chance to talk. And there is not only politicians there, I'm seeing the experts in the field of the ecology, economic development, healthcare, security, and other issues. That's why very important to combine our intellectual potential of Uzbekistan and Japanese universities and try to contribute for resolving the issues related to the sustainable development. I'm sure that the results, the outcomes from this conference will be highly demanded. We're planning to publish special edition of our magazine, International Affairs, and I'd like also all the participants and contributors, the speakers, to provide us with their text of their speeches. We will have a special edition of this magazine, and I'm sure that it will be distributed among the policymakers, decision makers, and will have an impact on next steps. Thank you again. I wish you fruitful discussions and very practical outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Safoyev. Now I would like to give the floor to the Rector of the University of Tsukuba, President Nagata Kyosuke, please.
Right, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. And I'm Kyo Nagata, the President of the University of Tsukuba. First of all, congratulations on today's International Academic Conference entitled Sustainable Development in Central Asia. On behalf of the University of Tsukuba, I'm very honored to have the opportunity to address here to you. And today I am honored to see Professor Dr. Assarik Safet, and Rector of the University of World Economy and Diplomacy. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency, Mr. Takashi Hattori, Ambassador to the of Japan to Uzbekistan. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all those supporting this conference and all those who attend here today. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Yohei Sasakawa, the chair of the Nippon Foundation, who has been helping in providing educational support to students from Central Asia countries studying at University of Tsukuba, probably as well as the other Japanese university. And also to executive director today here, Mr. Yuji Mori, for his participation in this conference. I remember that somebody was in Tsukuba last year. Last September, the fourth Japan Uzbekistan Rectors Conference was held at the University of Tsukuba. Of course, Rector Safoyev and the other rectors of more than 40 higher education institution in both Uzbekistan and Japan. And the rectors engaged in active exchange of the views on the role of universities in a new era and society and the ways and possibility of inter-university exchange as Japan and Uzbekistan moved into next century. The University of Tsukuba has developed a strategic partnership with universities of Uzbekistan and other universities across Central Asia over 20 years. It is now one of the biggest Japanese universities in terms of the engagement with Uzbek educational institution by accepting a great number of undergraduate and graduate exchanging students. In partnership with Nippon Foundation, we also developed graduate program in field of international public policy study. This year, 4 students from Uzbekistan are expected to join this graduate English language program. We hope to continue our collaboration. To this end, I believe that this conference will serve as another opportunity to exchange views on its direction. The world is now at the point and a time of great transition. For instance, as already said, the climate changes on the global scale seems to be largely caused by human activities. Everyone is now actually feeling that serious changes. Very hot summer this year, and everyone is now actually feeling and also have to feel doing something for this event. Last month, on August 4th, UN Secretary General Guterres officially warned the world that we have moved from the global warming to the global boiling phase. In fact, July was the hottest month in the history of human observations. In Japan also, July was the hottest month in the latest 125 years. Witnessing this situation, I have got a feeling that the global climate environmental system has led to the critical point, and that in the worst cases, there may be a fear that human beings could be wiped out. The wars and conflict has also broken out frequently in the various parts of the world. The impact of the war in Ukraine on the world has been particularly significant, reaching issues such as not only human rights, but also the global economy and food security. So we hate wars and conflict. The emergency of generative AI, for example, has also been beginning to have the impact on the nations and societies around the world. It is predicted to have a marked impact on the future of the human society and on individual innovation or industrial innovation that will change the structure of society. The world needs to work together to solve these global issues. This is precisely the significance of SDGs activities declared by the United Nations in 2015, currently being undertaken by countries, organizations, groups, and individuals even around the world. All people in particular, or leaders in the world, have great responsibility to build a sustainable society for future generation. Both Uzbekistan and Japan have been actively engaged in activities contribute to the achievement of SDGs on a countrywide and university-wide basis. Today's International Academic Conference is a part of this effort. In the sense, I'm convinced that this conference will be of great social and academic significance as it will gather scholars from Uzbekistan and Japan here at our World University of Economics and Diplomacy to discuss how we bring out sustainable development in the Central Asian countries and to propose academic solutions to this region. I hope that all discussion here will result in valuable knowledge for building and sustainable society in Central Asia, and that our discussion will lead to a concrete proposal and a recommendation to this area as well as the world. Finally, I'd like to express my best wishes for the good health and happiness of everyone involved at this meeting. I would like to conduct my remark by expressing my sincere wishes for further development of university exchange between Uzbekistan and Japan, as well as for the lasting development of bilateral relations between our two countries. Imagine the future for the next generation and design and act for them. This is the motto of our university. So imagine the future and design the future. Thank you very much for kind attention. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, President Nagata Kyosuke. Now, unfortunately, Ambassador Takashi couldn't join us today due to other commitments, but he was very kind to send his brief video address. So I would like to ask our technical staff to put it on the screen.
The University of World Economy and Diplomacy, Dr. Nagata, President of the University of Tsukuba, His Excellency Mr. Fajilov, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to attend the International Conference on the Sustainable Development in Central Asia in this important year that marks a halfway point towards achieving the SDGs. I commend the initiative of Mr. Safayev for organizing this international conference. The international community is at a historical turning point as we are facing various global challenges such as climate change, natural disasters, infectious disease, and other emergencies. One country or one actor cannot cope with those challenges alone. The united effort to build a sustainable and resilient society through the promotion of human security is required more than ever before. Human security is a concept Japan has been promoting for a long time. It pursues the right of individuals to live happily and in dignity, free from fear, and won through their protection and empowerment. The government of Japan considers it's important to make those who are most at risk to be more resilient in order to promote human security and sustainable growth, and prioritize people and quality growth in its development cooperation policy. Regarding the investment in people, based on the concept that education and human resource development are the foundation of nation building, Japan has been working to promote social and economic development by fostering human resources both in Japan and abroad. We will continue to provide support in this area. As for the quality growth, Japan will work on to realize the inclusive, sustainable, and resilient economic growth with a focus on areas such as climate change, environmental protection, health, education, disaster risk reduction, digital transformation, and development of quality infrastructure. By making full use of its expertise and experiences, Japan is continuing to Japan is committed to continuing to play a leading role in realizing entire international community to achieve SDGs. To this end, it is also essential for us to work together with various partners and jointly create new solutions by bringing each other's strengths and expertise. I look forward to cooperating with you in this area endeavor. In concluding my remarks, I would like to convey my best wishes for the success of the conference. I'm confident that today's event will make valuable contribution to move forward our effort to get towards achieving the SDGs. Thank you very much. His Excellency Mr. Safayev, Rector of the University of World Economy and Diplomacy.
Thank you. Now, I would like to give the floor to the Executive Director of the Nippon Foundation, Mr. Moro Yuji, co-organizer of this event and also very close partner of both institutions which are hosting this event as well. Please, Mr. Yuji, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Professor Dr. Sodiq Safayev, Rector of the University of World Economy and Diplomacy, Professor Dr. Kyosuke Nagata, President of the University of Tsukuba, distinguished guests, and all other attendees, good morning. I'm truly honored to stand before you today at this symposium on sustainable development in Central Asia. It is a privilege to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. Before we get into the discussions of today, I'd like to introduce the Nippon Foundation. The Nippon Foundation is Japan's largest philanthropic organization, and since its establishment in 1962, it has been at the forefront of charitable endeavors. Our work encompasses a wide spectrum, ranging from initiatives focused on marine environmental conservation to providing support for individuals with disabilities and extending assistance to Ukrainian evacuees. However, today I'd like to shine a spotlight on one of our core initiatives, our scholarship program. Education is a cornerstone of progress, and at the Nippon Foundation, we believe in equipping youth with equality education for the betterment of our future. This is why our scholarship program has become one of the key projects of our organization. Over the years, we have introduced a variety of scholarship programs that have had a profound impact on the lives of over 40,000 students worldwide. Significantly, the foundation has extended its educational support to Central Asia. For nearly 2 decades, starting in 2004, we have collaborated with the Japan Central Asia Friendship Association, which indicates the logo there, or JACAFA, to support students from Central Asia pursuing higher education. This partnership has been a remarkable success story, empowering countless young individuals from the region to pursue their dreams. JACAFA's activities began with supporting Central Asian students studying in Turkey and have now evolved to provide scholarships to university students in each of the countries across Central Asia. With over 400 alumni, JACAFA has become a hub for networking and collaboration among Central Asian nations, fostering strong interpersonal connections within the region. Furthermore, in 2019, we embarked on a collaborative venture with the University of Tsukuba known as the Nippon Foundation Central Asia Japan Human Resource Development Project, or NIPCA project, which was also mentioned by Dr. Nagata. This project is driven by a noble purpose: to cultivate individuals who can contribute to achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and address pressing issues in their home communities. For Central Asian students aspiring to pursue a master's degree in this program at the University of Tsukuba, the NIPCA project provides full scholarships. The project has received overwhelming interest and numerous inquiries. Thanks to the guidance of the dedicated professors at the University of Tsukuba, we have produced a cadre of outstanding students. Here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Usuyama and Professor Dadabaev for their continuous support. We are committed to expanding our efforts beyond Central Asia to individual countries, and in Uzbekistan, we are in discussion with the University of World Economy and Diplomacy to launch collaborative projects. We are excited about the prospect of even more active partnerships and initiatives in the region. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your attention and support. The Nippon Foundation is dedicated to making the world a better place through a wide array of charitable activities. With education as a fundamental pillar, we will continue our commitment to empowering young initiatives, individuals, and Central Asia, and fostering a brighter future for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear all speakers, for your very excellent welcome remarks. So we can say that our conference is now officially open, and to clarify our further steps and to give you some insights about the concept of the conference and how do we come to this idea of organizing, how do we choose these panels, I would like to give the floor to Professor Timur Dadabaev, who will speak about the conference concept. It's supposed to be that I will join him, but as I spoke a lot already, I think Professor Dadabaev will precisely explain all the details. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much, dear participants. My name is Timur Dadabaev, and I am Professor of International Relations at the University of Tsukuba. I am also honored to serve as the head of the special program for Central Asian countries at the University of Tsukuba. And as Professor Nagata already mentioned, the University of Tsukuba is one of the largest, if not the largest, universities focusing on Eurasia and running English language programs in Japan. So it is a great privilege for us to be here. It is a special privilege for me as well, because I'm a graduate of this university. I graduated in 1995. So it is a kind of homecoming for me. Now, I would like to give you a very short, but some precise guidelines about how we're going to move forward with our conference. We often get the question about the purposes of these conferences, and very often we don't have clear answers to as to why we help these conferences. Our conference needs to be understood in sort of twofolded, through the twofolded aim. The first one is to, of course, introduce the kind of research that we conduct at the University of Tsukuba, and possibly, have exchange with the colleagues in universities in Uzbekistan and wider Central Asia. But the second and not less important goal that we have is to build networks of epistemic communities of scholars, so that we can then, after the conference, build our cooperation based on the trends that we are going to outline in our papers. Therefore, this particular conference would feature the bullet point presentations, where we are going to highlight the trends that of the research and the projects that we run, so that we can then perhaps build our networks and cooperation around those. Now, in this particular sense, we focused on SDGs, and as Professor Safayev already mentioned, the issues of sustainable development goals for Japan and for Central Asia are very important. In our particular conference, we have the format which features 5 main sessions. And of course, sustainable development goals are very, have great numbers in terms of the goals. And so we could actually have more sections. However, we thought that, these particular 5 sections would reflect on the needs of Uzbekistan and Central Asia. And so the initial section would start with the consideration of contemporary challenges of Eurasia and building resilience and development in the region. Our second panel would focus on the conceptual issues of decolonization. And I think with the recent developments in Eurasia, in the wider Eurasia, Russian invasion of Ukraine, and other sort of related developments, we are faced with this task of thinking about factors related to colonial and post-colonial frames in Central Asia. The third panel will focus on the problems of sustainability, considering the concept of sustainability from the broader perspective. Now, the fourth panel will then consider various aspects of education-related problems, with a panel on migration concluding our conference. In terms of the order of the conference, each of the presentations are expected to be, as I've said, to be very precise, bullet point based, and we expect our panelists to speak for about 10 to 12 minutes. And then if we still have time, we would probably engage into some kind of discussion or the comments from the floor. Now, once all the presentations are complete, we hope we would be able to open the floor for the comments and questions. Although it would be ideal to engage in the extended discussions on the points raised by our presenters today, the format and the limited time frame that we have does not allow for extended discussion of the sessions. However, we structured several coffee breaks and then invited dinner after the conference. And so we hope that those venues would serve as another opportunity for us to network and interact with each other. So in this particular respect, feel free to engage participants not only within individual sessions, but also outside of the sessions, in the time frame that we have within the conference time. Now, with this, I would like to conclude my very short, brief instructions about the guidelines. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Professor Dadaba, for being very precise and pointed on the conference concept. So we will have, I think, we can move forward to the panel first panel on contemporary challenges of Eurasia, building resilience and development, where again, Professor Dadaba will chair this panel, and it will give us slightly more time than we expected for discussions. Please.
Thank you very much. So let me start with, chairing the first session on titled Contemporary Challenges of Eurasia, Building Resilience and Development. We have 5 speakers in the session. And the first speaker is Professor Shigeto Sonoda, who is a professor of University of Tokyo. He's also a sociologist by education. He has authored a number of articles and books in recent years on Central Asia. And so we are very much looking forward to the comments and presentations by Professor Sonoda. Without further ado, Sonoda-sensei, the floor is yours.
Professor Sonoda, we have few online speakers. So if you don't mind, please speak over the microphone.
Okay, my name is Sonoda, and the reason why I'm here is because of the individual ties with Professor Dadabaev, with whom I wrote a lot of co-authored papers. Today, I'm very honored to be here to introduce the kind of very fundamental findings of Uzbek youth views of Japan and its implications. Both rector and president mentioned about the importance of the concept of sustainability, but the sustainability is a very comprehensive concept. But now, as Professor Dadabaev mentioned, we are now witnessing a kind of an increasing number of discrepancies or divisions among different parts of the world. The question is how we can make a kind of good collaboration. But of course, this question is very universal. But we have to. I want to have a more closer look at very concrete bilateral collaborations between Uzbekistan and Japan by using the dataset. Please move forward. This is a very rough observation by a lot of political scientists, but conventionally, emotions was regarded as something residual concept in the international relations. But now we are witnessing that the emotions, whether it be the government officers as well as civil, the ordinary people, plays a very vital role in combining as well as disconnecting different parts of the world. So that's one of the reasons why leading research institutes have been conducting very extensive surveys how people are looking at the neighboring countries. Now, I'm a kind of expert on China, so I collected the data on different parts of the world, how they are looking at the rise of China. But if you look at the data, you see the very regional country-based differences. And but for me, it's really challenging for me to discuss about Uzbekistan-Japan relations by using the data. Please go to the next one. After my reviewing what sort of data were collected as of now, we see three different data sets that are there. One is the Asia Barometer 2003-2005, which were conducted by Professor Inoguchi. But this was very extensive data, and the data was collected just 2 times. When it comes to MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan have been doing kind of Central Asia views of Japan from 2014 to 2021. But the question is very, very shallow, and the data set is not, the sample size is very small. So that's why I'm trying to use the data of the Asian Student Survey, which was conducted by, 5 years ago, targeted to 2 universities, in which this university is included. Please go to the next page. I'm sorry, this is this figure uses a very small letter. But when it comes to Central Asian countries, we included Uzbekistan universities as well as Kazakhstan universities. And when it comes to Uzbekistan part, I collected 200 samples, roughly 200 samples, both from university. State University of Language as well as this university, and the sampling format is similar with other Southeastern Asian countries as well as Northeastern countries. Please go to the next page. And these are our participants, and let's start with one, the one who are in charge of collecting the data here as well as in Kazakhstan. When it comes to the collection of data here, Dirunoda-san, who used to be my PhD student, who got a PhD degree from the University of Tokyo, was in charge of collection of data 5 years ago. Okay, please go to the next page. And these are the, sorry, this is the very, small data, but these are the kind of scanned picture of the questionnaire that we used at the time of the collection of data here. Please go ahead. And now I've been using several figures to show what sort of a characteristic we see when it comes to the Uzbekistan uses toward different countries. And please remember that the larger the number is, the bad image they have. because the data collected at the Asia-wide, so we can see some characteristic of Uzbek uses in comparison with other part of Asia. One of the uniqueness of the Uzbek students, perception of international, environment is it's good evaluation of Russia compared with other part of Asia. Then when it comes to Japan, it's rather, Japan received a relatively better image, much more than the average score of all Asian countries. So when it comes to the kind of image of Japan in the eyes of Uzbek university youth here, I think that it's really good. Okay, please go ahead. Then what happens to the changes? We try, because we can see some changes over, from 2005 to 2018. Overall, it's really interesting that not only to Japan, but also to other part of Asia, including South Korea and China, Uzbek youth evaluations become much better. So in this sense, Japan is not unique in the sense that Uzbek youth are becoming much better image toward Northeast Asian countries. Please go ahead. But when it comes to language acquisition, we see a very different picture. Now, very good evidence is that we are using English here. We put the very interesting questions to the students about the language, about the plan or the status quo of the language acquisition. One is that whether they have a good proficiency of foreign languages. The second question, on your right side, you see when they have a kind of son or daughter who is 18 years old, which language do they request, encourage their son or daughter to acquire, to study? So when it comes to the language issue, Russian language, is really popular, followed by English. But when it comes to the expectation language, English is the most popular, followed by Russian. Then what happened to Japanese? Not so much. So, when it comes to evaluation to the country, Japan as a country level, very good. But when it comes to the individual interest, not so much. Okay, please go ahead. Then what about the destination, possible destination to study abroad? This is a very fundamental, because this question has to do with a very direct interest of the students. So this result shows a lot of things. And please remember that again, the lower the number, the lower the score is, the more students are more interested in going these destinations. Okay. Well, the most popular destination for the students here, in Uzbekistan are UK and US universities, which are basically using English. So English-speaking countries are one of the most popular destinations for the students here. Then what about Japan? Well, that data shows positive and negative implications. Compared with other Asian countries, not so popular, but compared with other part of Asia, are more popular. So in a sense, Japanese universities, probably including University of Tokyo as well as the University of Tsukuba, are in the second tier, not in the first tier. But again, how will we evaluate that Japanese universities are regarded as a second tier for the desirable destination of Australia abroad program? That's something that we have to discuss. Okay, please go ahead. And then, this is more, directly related to the students' desire or their life courses, or the planning for the life course. Well, I think it's quite understandable that the majority of Asian students, Asian students in the flagship university in Asia prefer to work for the local companies or local organizations. But when it comes to Uzbekistan, students' ideas are very much divided. About the quota, wanted to work for the governmental sector or official or a local company, but when it comes to the kind of American companies, European companies, the percentage is very similar. Then again, the question is, what happened to Japanese company? Not so much, not so much. So again, but of course, there's some percent, like let's say, approximately 5%. I mean, 1 out of 20 students. I think some are thinking of finding a job in a Japanese company. Is there a good idea about data? Okay, please go ahead. Please move. And in the last slide shows about the kind of which country the student regard as a model of economic development. Japan, it's really good, but when it comes to the US evaluation, that's much better. So again, Japan, when it comes to the model of economic development, Japan again is in the second tier. Okay, please go ahead. Please move. Okay. This is a summary. So when it comes to the image of Japan as a country, it's really good. But when it comes to the selection, the model of economic development, study abroad program, selection of study abroad program, language acquisition, or the job market, Japan is not bad, but not super good. So again, so it's a combination of positive message and negative message. Then the question is what to be done. Of course, there are a lot of things to be done. And I hope that professors in the panel 4 on education will talk more about what to be done. But my suggestion is that we are now looking at the Uzbek students. But what about Japanese students? Please move ahead. Of course, there's no data focused on Japanese students, how they're looking at Central Asia, including Uzbekistan. But only MOFA did this survey. But the survey shows that from 2004 to 2022, majority of Japanese students are not aware, they don't feel any intimacy to Central Asia and Caucasus countries. I think this is one of the, one thing that we have to think as a breakthrough to promote the kind of collaborations between Uzbekistan and Japan. Finally, please, this is the final slide. Please move. Okay, this year, probably you might be surprised to know that one Uzbek female was elected in the Setagaya Awards election. That became a very attractive news. She's a very kind of icon. Was a very ambitious but very modest Uzbek female. So she became an icon. So I hope that such icons will be more produced, so that Japanese, not only students, but also the intellectuals feel more intimate to Uzbekistan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nozase, for this very insightful presentation, but also introducing the data which can be used for further research. Now, let me move on to our second speaker. And actually, we were hoping that Dr. Saxena from the University of Cambridge is going to be joining us offline, but we had some logistical issues, and Dr. Saxena is joining us online. So Dr. Saxena is the chairman of the Cambridge Central Asia Forum, but also a scientist who published extensively on the relations between Uzbekistan and Central Asia and different countries, but also provided some concepts about how we can build better resilience in terms of the knowledge generation in Central Asia. Dr. Saxena, we are very honored to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Dadabayev. I am, as you said, both at one side extremely saddened that I'm not there rather in room with you, and problems with the passport. But these, can I be heard clearly? Can someone give me a sign if I can be heard clearly? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So as I said, on one side, I'm saddened that I'm not in the room with you. But since our conference on sustainability today, and maybe by not flying, I'm contributing a little bit to that positive aspect of that. So we need to take what we get. I'm extremely honored to be invited to be part of this group. And there are a couple of things I'd like to note. First, of course, I'd like to thank, in the room, we have Rector Safayev, who's a very good friend and a partner to us for many, many years from Cambridge. But, his arms and legs, which include the key host, Akram Umarov, together with Brother Dadabayev, whom we have all worked together for, several decades. And of course, Room, I would like to acknowledge our network, because Timur said that how the key aspect or an outcome we're seeking from this meeting is strengthening and thickening of this network. So we have Professor Mir Zahid Rahimov sitting in the room, and Professor Shahidi I saw walked in from Tajikistan. Online, we have our colleagues from Kazakhstan, Professor Laumelin and Ara Kabluna from Almaty. So it shows that the work that the ingredients of this the network are already in play and working. And I'm extremely also honored that this is a meeting which is supported by Tsukuba University in Japan in general, a country which is very, very important to me, both personally as well as academically and professionally. It's the first country I ever visited as a child, leaving India. And Uzbekistan is the place where people call me that I'm more of a local. So I have many homes and different kinds which are represented in this connection. And I wanted to raise this point particularly because I was very touched by the previous speaker, because it's a kind of a thing we often leave out in discuss sustainability, which is how to create a context. No sustainability has any meaning unless we have a context. SDG are very important language through which we, it's a lens through which we look at sustainability. However, the key thing that we need is to create a regional context. And as a physical scientist, Timur highlighted is my day job particularly. As a physical scientist, when we look at physical concepts, developments of science, and then eventually technology, we look at what are the specifics. For instance, a car runs based on its engine, its body, its fuel. It cannot fly all of a sudden, or it cannot go into the sea. We need to look at the context in which it can operate. So similarly, when we develop notions of sustainability and resilience, while we look at general questions, we have to look at how it will work for Central Asia, how it will work for Uzbekistan. And this is one of the key messages that I like to put on table, and I like to build on that as we move forward with our meeting. Within this regard, I would like to reiterate something that I've been saying for the last 4 or 5 years, that how in recent policy of Uzbekistan of actually creating what we have for the first time, Central Asia. We use this word, we project this word, Central Asia, very often. But we look at history, and even recent history, the disconnected notion of Central Asia did not serve the purpose as for a region to have a meaningful, sustainable way forward, a collective voice through which it can address the fundamental nature of geology and geography, which it rests on. And Uzbekistan's specific policies in last sort of half a decade have, for the first time in history, created the idea of Central Asia. The connectivity is important. Connectivity is a double-edged sword. It allows us to make more dynamic and important aspects of the progress to come to reality. On the other side, it brings also challenges. And that's the second point. So how, when we evaluate sustainability and connectivity, how do they interplay with each other, and how they, and if we don't pay attention to their relationship, we will enhance the challenges and decrease the sustainability and resilience. So we need to look at this particular equation. It's of course a very broad question, as many of you have already noted. So I want to look at a very specific aspect of it. My particular interest is that how currently the natural resources on one side, which are amazingly well, represented in the geology and geography of Central Asia, are in many ways not connected to the global value chains and global sustainable value chains, and this is a place which is extremely important, that as Central Asia moves forward, Uzbekistan moves forwards, it does not become another extractive resource for the global economy. How can Central Asia add value both for its own environmental and climatic and energy and food and social and political development, rather than simply providing raw materials to global economy? We really have to look at that. It goes beyond just oil and gas. It looks at the critical minerals and mining, which is the main interest of mine. And that can only happen when we have a connected industrial and social and political policy. That, and this is a work, of course, done together with many of you. Professor Lomolin is here, together with whom I'm writing about this particular topic. So a small part of that is that the human angle, and there are two aspects of human angle in this. So the first human angle is that we need future technical experts in the region. We have seen a massive decline in Uzbekistan and Central Asia in young people choosing to study science, international governments and agencies providing scholarships for studying science. By science, I mean here, not in the Russian sense science, but in the English word science, which means STEM subjects, physics, chemistry, geology, material science, metallurgy, these things, but also medical areas, biological areas, and as well. We have seen a lower engagement in last 30 years of global networks of STEM area, which underpin all other forms of development. So if we won't have future doctors, engineers, road specialists, all the political speak about development doesn't actually grow legs. It doesn't actually take root. We need that. And in fact, we're seeing depletion of that area. So we need to really build that connectivity between those subjects and the idea of sustainability. We need to build political policy which is sensitive to these needs of the region, specifically to the region. We don't want to produce engineers for Silicon Valley. We want to produce engineers and scientists and physicists for Uzbekistan and Central Asia. So context is important. We need to build trust between scientific communities. So SDGs are a very important language within political and social sciences, but are they shaping the minds of the scientists? Is this a dialogue that's happening between these different communities? I would say a lot of work needs to be done over there. And then digging more specifically towards the critical minerals area, which is, I think, the next important thing beyond the petroleum and other kind of resources from the region, which are going to give region the clout, the region the voice, and the region the resources to project its presence globally and contribute to global sustainability. So what do we mean by that? So I'll give you three very quick examples. The first example comes from the idea that all of you are using some form of device, whether it's in front of you, whether it's in your hands, and our communication is going through some form of device which uses semiconductor chips, which are made largely from silicon. Silicon is not something.
Dr. Saxena, if I can just remind you, you have around 2 minutes to finish. 2 minutes to finish.
I'm basically finished.
Go ahead.
So basically, I'm finished in two different ways. If we continue to use silicon as a resource rather than other things like rare earths, and we are actually finished as a humanity. So the idea of how political and science policy, now we see a global discussion because of the problems between the West and Russia, West and China. The global world is rushing, including Uzbekistan, Central Asia, to dive into 1970s technologies because they seem profitable, but they're pushed into this market. While the region has something totally different and vibrant to offer, and if we don't engage with that scientific knowledge base, which underpins the sustainability agenda, we are going to be in trouble. And I think these kind of meetings are an important conduit, important interface through which we can start to talk about this. And in the concluding remarks, I'd like to again leave with 3 simple points to remind you. One is that the technical research also helps to shape idea of evidence and relevance of evidence. So epistemic networks, as Timur mentioned at the very beginning, need to be very, very clear about that. The kind of data, what does it come from, and how it interfaces and has validity when it goes into policy, when it goes into development of technology, is interconnected. The second point is not a point, just a reminder that how science has become an issue of a prestige and flag. We are talking a lot, for instance, currently about India, my native country's, mission to moon. But question being asked within India, as a final point, is that this is a great success technologically, but how does it help the people? Does it bring food? Does it bring better health? Does it bring well-being? So these are the questions. When we jump into flagship technology, we need to be very careful. And with that, I'd like to conclude for today. And sadly that I can't be there with you to continue discussions, but I will be there very soon, hopefully, to see you all. Thank you.
Dr. Saxena, thank you very much. Actually, I want to thank you in particular because, I know it's around 6 o'clock in the morning in the UK, and I think, you just, you recently, so in recent hours, you woke up. But also, I would like to thank you for these ideas because, I think these are path-breaking ideas that we need to think about. Thank you. Now, let me move on to the next presenter. We have Professor Bakhtiar Islamov, who is a prominent scholar of economics and who actually has a very close connection to Japan. He has been visiting professor with the Hokkaido University Slavic Research Center. Professor Islamov, the floor is yours. You have around 10 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum, hurmatli jamoa. Minasan konnichiwa. Tajimashite Islamov desu. Dozo yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Good morning, dear participants of this distinguished meeting. For me, it is especially interesting because I spent more than 6 years in Japan. And for me, meeting with Japanese experts, scholars, and leading people from universities and foundation always is interesting because Uzbekistan and Japan has long tradition of fruitful cooperation. And today is a special meeting because we're meeting on the new situation in new Uzbekistan. Subject is very interesting and very comprehensive. It is very difficult to discuss all issues in 10 minutes. But in Japan, at Hitotsubashi University was published this monograph, The Central Asian States, How to Overcome Traps of Development, Transformation and Globalization. And recently we published with colleagues from Hokkaido University, Professor Hiwatari, book about systemic transformation and sustainable human development. So this aspect could be seen from these sources. But today, I would like to concentrate on one issue, and this is reforms, investment, and sustainable development. Next slide, please. Okay. So this week we celebrated Independence Day. And on the eve of Independence Day, our president, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, did a speech. And he actually, entitled his speech, "Great People Are Those Who Manage to Turn Time into Opportunity, Opportunity into Success, and Success into Foundation of Development." Actually, the central point of his speech was devoted to development. And this is economic development. And he stressed that under political development, first of all, is economic development. And from the large-scale work carried out in recent years, the results achieved serve a solid foundation for strengthening over the past 6 years, the gross domestic product, according to our president, in the country has grown by more than 1.5 times, and the number of business entities by 2 times. Industrial growth has exceeded 40%. And it was emphasized that for achievements, further goals of sustainable development, education, healthcare, and human capital is important. At the same time, he emphasized and drew public attention to the important task facing the country today. And these are environmental problems, accelerated transition to an economy that is careful with water, energy, and other natural resources, and the creation of innovating manufacturing enterprises. We must never forget that natural resources are wealth that belongs to future generations. Therefore, we need to use them wisely, thinking not only about today, but also about tomorrow. So you can see that it is about sustainable development. And our government and president devoted special attention for the problems to sustainable development and a new stage of speeding up economic market reforms. Oh. So market reforms elsewhere in the former post-socialist countries brought a lot of not only opportunities but problems, and most of them had faced traps of development, globalization, and systemic transformation. For that, it is important to combine economic reforms with attracting foreign investments. We have successful stories when foreign investments has good investment climate in the country, and under such situation, reforms could give fruitful results. So we are paying special attention for this issue, and our president proclaimed the year 2019 as active investment and social development. I would like to show just several figures that in 1 year, the volume of foreign investments grew at that time 3.7 times. And we placed 1 billion euro bonds. The GDP growth rate increased by 5.6%, industrial output by 6.6%, exports by 28%. Gold and foreign exchange reserves increased for 14 times from 2 billion, more than 28 billion. In December 2019, we adopted new law on investment. And our efforts to provide good economic reforms had good results by ranking institutions. For example, economic freedom gave us more 31 positions, and we rise from 148 to 117th place. We opened more and more free economic zones. We had, by the year 2017, only 3, but now it reached more than 20 free economic zones, and they are industrial, pharmaceutical, touristic, and agricultural. President himself spending special time and heading Investment Council. This is a meeting from the first forum with investors from all over the world, held in November 16, 2022. Yeah. So what are the main factors of investments? Just briefly. First of all, rapidly and growing stable economy. Secondly, large-scale reforms and privatization programs for an open economy and favorable investment climate. Thirdly, large domestic market with a population now more than 36 million and easy access to neighboring countries in Central Asia and to other CIS countries. Young and well-educated workforce, abundant and diverse natural resources, natural gas, gold, copper, uranium, many other non-ferrous metals. They are available in Uzbekistan for investment. So key reforms initiated by the president had good results. First of all, action strategy, currency liberalization, price liberalization, reforms in court system, customs reforms, tax reforms, land ownership, public-private partnership, now digitalization, and we are trying to implement modern digital technologies in Uzbekistan, financial and banking sector reforms, and many state enterprise reforms, and many other reforms. Oh, so JICA and World Bank, the Heritage Foundation, UNDP, World Bank gave us such chat, and you can see the most prominent part on the right side given by economic freedom for reforms. Our place increased sharply. We had increase in all components, global innovations, environment performance, doing business, human development less, but now we're paying special attention to human development. I think that economic reforms and human development should go hand by hand. Otherwise, we'll have new problems together with. As for investment, even during the COVID-19 quarantine, we managed to attract rather good amount of investments. But I would like to stress that we would like to attract more foreign direct investment rather than credits. But still, credits are growing faster. And our foreign debt due to foreign credits increased sharply from 9 billion to 39 billion by the year 2021. But compared with GDP, it is still 34% in 2022. So this is manageable because credits using properly mostly, and GDP is growing also. And so the most difficult year was the first year of quarantine, and that was 39% to GDP, but now we're having more better situation. So, and I would like also to stress that our debt are mostly from not commercial debt, but from international organizations for 10 years mostly, more than 61% for 10 years duration. And from 5 to 10, 14. All in all, 3/3 of all debts for 5 to 10 and more years. So just a second. So according to the development strategy of New Uzbekistan, we're planning to attract much more investment. And this and next year will be key for this realization for this strategy. But also, I would like to say that we have already privatized more than 1,200 state-owned enterprises, and our plan to privatize further more than 1,000 enterprises. And our president stressing that we will create all conditions for investors to feel free in Uzbekistan and work with full confidence in future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Now let me move on to the next presenter, who doesn't really need an introduction, Dr. Akram Umarov, who is the Deputy Director of the International Institute of Advanced Studies at the University of World Economy and Diplomacy. Dr. Umarov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And considering our timeline, I will try to be as brief as possible. So I would like to speak a little bit about regional cooperation in Central Asia and its current state, some existing challenges for its further development. It's so it doesn't need. I don't need to say much about how it changed the regional cooperation in Central Asia in recent years. How the number of visits, the number of meetings, the signed documents. You know all this important data. But what I would like to emphasize that first of all, what is important in this developments is always the fact that the environment in the region, the environment become very positive, very open-minded, and very friendly to the neighbors. The previous misunderstandings and many other issues which existed in our relationship between the regional countries predominantly were resolved. Second thing, this environment is leading to the unique fact that actually, in my understanding still is that Central Asia is the only region in the world now which is facing further integration, facing more better understanding between the countries. In all other regions in the world, unfortunately, we can see opposite tendencies. When mistrust is increasing, conflicts are rising, even the most advanced regional integration formats like European Union is facing so many internal challenges. So it gives credits to Central Asia that it has become such important region in terms of driving further the idea of regionalism. Yeah, in many cases, some scholars even question to what extent regionalism is feasible in current realities. But now we can see that there are still examples like in Central Asia when regionalism works and it's still important. So the global order cannot be built without creating regional level orders and places like Central Asia. And the fact that we are moving toward this direction, I think, is really important. But still, we have several issues, challenges, which are kind of putting additional barriers to our cooperation and partnership. First, I think the recent years, of course, we started to pay more attention to the issues of sustainable development, especially to the problem of ecology, environment in Central Asia, water issues. But unfortunately, for many decades before, we neglected these problems. We mostly securitized the issues like terrorism, drugs trafficking, many other issues, but we put in this priority agenda of our policies the issues of this environment, climate, in a very low significance, unfortunately. But now there's a tendency to the change of this attention, but still I think there is a big space to do more in this area. The regional countries should unite efforts in building some joint coordinated climate policies. We cannot build green Uzbekistan without support of our neighbors, and the same comes to our neighbors as well. So we are so binded that it's impossible to even imagine that the development and resilience can be built in isolated borders of Uzbekistan or any other country of the region of Central Asia. Second challenge, I think, for the further development of regional cooperation is definitely connectivity. But here I don't want to re-emphasize this very popular thinking that Central Asia actually is a periphery, double landlocked country, far from anything else in the world. Actually, we can see in recent years the change of this tendency. The continental trade routes are becoming more and more important. Sea routes faced many fragilities in recent years, and they obviously demonstrated the existing shortcomings of this way of logistics. So Central Asia, being truly in the center of Eurasian continent, is becoming very important logistical and trade hub for the entire region. So we should always keep this in mind and be a little bit far from thinking that we cannot do anything else without access to seaports. Of course, seaports are important, but actually the modern realities demonstrate that even the continental roads, railways, automobile roads can be very good solution to existing logistical problems. And the fact that Uzbekistan is moving toward this direction, developing new railway and automobile connections via China to Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Trans-Caspian roads is important driver in this direction. But again, this should be supported and coordinated and driven jointly by regional countries. And this comes to the third challenge, I think, the challenge of leadership. Uzbekistan has definitely demonstrated become an important driver of regional cooperation, but just efforts of this one country is not enough. Regional cooperation, again, if we look on examples of some successful regional integration format, they always need some leadership. Not all countries can be leaders at the same time due to some resources, capacity, territories, and etc. There are always some couple of countries which drive such integration. And this brings me to the idea we should look beyond just this political Central Asia. I think it's time to see this part of the world as not just Central Asia, but Central Eurasia. Central Eurasia is also used as a geographic term predominantly in scholarly discussions, but I think we need to bring this term to political discussion as well, to see the region beyond just five countries which we usually mention as Central Asia. I think to some extent even now we can see South Caucasus can be also looked at the part of Central Eurasia, or Eastern China, or northern parts of Iran, Afghanistan can be seen part of this broader Central Eurasian region. And in this region, I think especially the role of countries like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan can potentially be leaders of this and drivers of this regional integration. It doesn't underestimate the contribution and the significance of other countries, but these countries can be more active in building this regional cooperation and can become a true drivers of this partnership. So I think it's really important to further enhance our cooperation, to deepen trust, which is of utmost importance in building such regional cooperation formats. Without trust between political systems, between leaders of these countries, as considering the specifics of this part of the world, I don't think any cooperation would be feasible. We see this trust and mutual interest and sympathy exists now. So we should use this momentum, window of opportunity, to truly deepen regional cooperation. So I think it's really time for very quick and important decisions in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the brilliant talk, and I'm pretty sure this would be taken up by Professor Talipov in the next session, but your points are really brilliant. Thank you. Now, the last but not the least for this session is Professor Mara Gubaydulina from the Kazakh National University, our long-standing partner, but also very prominent scholar of Kazakhstan, but also Kazakh-German relations. Professor Gubaydulina, if you are with us online, I would like to invite you to deliver your 10-minute presentation. Marsha Katna, you are
Yeah.
now we can hear you now, and we can see you partly.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Dadabayev. As for me, open you Windows for presentation. Откройте мне, пожалуйста, для презентации загрузить. У вас закрыто. Professor Dadabayev? Алло,
Yes,
вы
yes, we can
слышите?
hear you. Yes, yes. Just wait a minute. Just a second. Now you can do it. Now you can share your presentation with us. Try. Ашотка,
Yeah.
попробуйте.
Ага.
Нажмите на кнопку «Демонстрация».
Мгм. Мгм. Так. Okay.
Okay, here you go. Yeah. Go.
Yeah. Thank you. Dear colleagues, good morning. I am pleased to welcome you to this conference and thank you for invited Professor Dadabayev. My topic is water resources and integrated mechanism for rapprochement and sectoral cooperation of Central Asia countries. My young colleagues, Ajar Tursinalieva, will help me with translation and read this topic in English. Please, Ajar.
Good morning, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to present you Professor Gubaidulina's presentation. So the next page, please. The content of our presentation is going to be about the prerequisites for sectoral integration in Central Asia, and then we'll discuss about the difficult challenges. The most difficult challenge for Central Asia is about the RLC basin, and then the interconnection of criteria for achieving the sustainable development. The first topic is next. The first topic is about the prerequisites for sectoral integration in Central Asia. So the main idea of this report is to show the existing prerequisites for regional rapprochement of the states of Central Asia along the path of sectoral integration in the field of water and energy resources. The complex of regional problems between Central Asian countries and their joint solutions, including disputable issues in the field of water, opens an open window of opportunity, and which is the way for interstate agreements. Unresolved water energy problems between all Central Asian republics arise regularly in complex combinations with other economic issues. So we are talking about the creation and joint regulations of the interstate water and energy complex in Central Asian region with the participation of Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan. Despite the emerging disputes and even open confrontation between Central Asian states, there are several trends was identified as more meaningful and pragmatic cooperation, striving to reformate the architecture of mutual relations within the complex, and increasing donor resources in the Central Asia. Please, next. The climate agenda of the UN to achieve the sustainable development is to implement the national programs of all countries of the region and to point out the weakest point of the region, which is moving towards the sustainable development. But unfortunately, this is sometimes inefficient, often ineffective regulations. So there are many tasks that we can achieve through regional cooperation, which is search for joint solutions to provide the population with quality drinking water, to provide sectors of economy with water and energy resources. And the last is to improve the cooperation mechanisms for joint use of water and energy resources in the region. Please, next. The most difficult challenges for Central Asia is definitely RLC basin. According to many criteria, there is a shortage of water, climate vulnerability, availability of water, and water supply. The water resources of RLC basin are the are of fundamental importance for the life and ecology of Central Asia and Eurasia. So there is two maps you can see. The first is about how many how many people are living around this region, around 60 million people. And the second one is showing that how the Central Asian region is contained around a single ecosystem, and it differs. The region differs from other regions, is that there is no access to the ocean, and our 5 countries are in emergency climate state. So the next slide, please. The next slide is about the international comparisons. According to the Blue Peace Index, it is Water World Index, developed by the Economist Intelligence Unit. So you can see that Sirdarya and Amur Darya indexes in all conditions are below global most of the global rivers. Just Tigris and Euphrates is below the Sirdarya and Amur Darya. Yeah, next. Yeah, there is international experience of to regulate the water basins, potential applicable to water and energy complexes. For example, here is the Senegal River Basin Development Authority, which was relinquished sovereign management of the use resources of Senegal River. And as you can see, there is a successful implementation of it with members of the organization or authority. Yeah, please, next slide. The next 2 slides is going to be about the integration associations of Central Asian countries, and the most successful implementation of the organization is the International Fund for Saving the RLC. There's a lot of successful projects working out and really in realization. And we can see that through this timeline from 1991 to 2022, there was such initiatives from Central Asian states, and which was merged to the Eurasian Economic Union at the end. Yes. Next slide, please. So the next is going to be about the 5 solutions which is proposed to reformate the water and energy complex for sexual integration. So we can suggest for the optimization of institutional structures of Central Asia, for example, the IFAS, International Fund for Saving RLC, as well as basin water management organizations like Amur Darya and Sirdarya, and the coordination and dispatching center like energy. So the next slide is about, the next slide, please. The next slide is about the International Water Energy Consortium that could be applicable as option for creating an international organization because of the legal entity established on the basis of the international agreement and the possible desirable participation in the consortium of non-regional partners. Next slide, please. The International Research Center for the Water and Energy Complex of Central Asia is very necessary to establish the consortium as the basis of it, and already operating structures is, for example, the Scientific Center of International Complex, Water and Energy Complex in Tashkent, for example, and the energy also, which locates in Tashkent. And finally, the key findings is showed that the alignment of the system, systems of principles. First of all, it is the sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and mutual benefit. The second one is optimal ratio of the irrigation and energy regimes, market mechanisms, optimization of the institutional structures, coordinated investment policy, and the last is scientific and technological cooperation. Also, here we can see that that I've already mentioned the IFAS successful projects, as well as the reforming. But it needs in future it needs also the reformation in the fund for more for the realization, for the project realizations. Yes. The next slide, please. So the last slide is going to be about the political will of the highest level. It is definitely the initiatives of Central Asian states. For example, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev's speech, the president of Republic of Kazakhstan, that he mentioned is of creating the intensive water and energy consortium of Central Asia. And for example, in 2022, he on the creation of International Water and Energy Consortium was realized. Then we can see from Shavkat Mirziyoyev's speech, President of Republic of Uzbekistan, about the activities of coordinating Electricity Council of the Central Asian countries, and as well the Emomali Rahmonov, President of Republic of Tajikistan speech, and Sadr Japarov, that they are standing for strengthening regional cooperation. Yes, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Gubaidulina and Azar Tursunalieva for this presentation. We really appreciate it very much. With this, our session, our first session for this conference is going to come to its end. I would like to invite everyone to the coffee break and use this opportunity to interact with the students and with the faculty present here. And this might be, a good opportunity for you to network as well for your future research. Thank you very much.
Of this panel is decolonization concept. I think this interest to this concept is increasing now, especially in the contemporary context of the developments in the Eurasian continent. And so today we would like to bring several scholars who are working on this topic and who would like to share their perspectives on this very important concept. So first of all, I would like to give the floor to the co-organizer and actually inspirer of this event, Professor Timur Dadabayev from the University of Tsukuba, and he will deliver his speech. So we will have for each speaker, I think, 10 minutes, 2 minutes maybe additional just to finish, to make some final remarks, but let's try to keep around 10 minutes. So please, Professor Dadabayev, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Umarov, for this opportunity. And also, I would like to thank my co-panelists for sharing this panel with me. Now, I will talk about several aspects again in bullet point format, so that you have an idea about the kind of research and the frontiers of research that we are sort of trying to dig into. And if anyone is interested in that kind of studies, we would be very happy to cooperate furthermore. Now, if you could get thank you. So my presentation is titled Between Coloniality and Indigenization. Subtitle is Two Polarities in Knowledge Generation in Central Asia. Basically, the message of this presentation is that Central Asian studies in general, but all, particularly in international relations, are sandwiched between the notion of coloniality on the one hand and the notion of indigenization on the other. Can we move the slide further? Yeah, thank you. So the main questions that I consider in my research in general are basically twofold. On the one hand, what are the major limitations in reimagining or narrating Central Asian region in international relations as a discipline? And the second, sort of type of the question that I consider in my research, what are the possible ways to establish dialogue for reconciliation of conflicting views that we see, in order to, have this inclusive image of Central Asia? in terms of the research problem, the research problem that I consider is basically threefold, because, very often when I talk about decolonization in my research, I get this question about what is exactly the problem that, we're trying to deal and how practical it is. The first aspect that, I emphasize in my research is that, international relations in Central Asia in particular, very often are narrated based on the case studies coming from different regions. And I think, this is very different, very sort of puzzling, because, you cannot really discuss someone looking at someone else. And I think, that's one of the aspects of the problem. Very often we see these frames projected by the Western or Anglo-Saxon or Russian, narrations. And I think, this is one thing that we need to be very aware of. The second aspect of the problem is that, Central Asian region as a region lacks identity. Whenever, we talk about Central Asia, we hardly imagine, a particularly, unique Central Asian identity. We normally talk about either Russian world, Islamic world, Middle Eastern world, or, Asian world in general. But I think, this aspect has a very important implication for policymakers abroad. Whenever they formulate their, policies towards this region, it's imperative that they have this image of what Central Asia stands for. And I think that this is the second type of the problem. And the third type of the problem is that the Central Asian governments in general were never very comfortable with this kind of assumptions or generalizations made on the region based on foreign experiences. And I think, it is our task to problematize this, the framing of this, and then perhaps offer alternatives to this kind of framings. Now, in terms, one question that I often get is, what is decolonization? This session is titled Decolonization. And when we talk about decolonization, I emphasize that, decolonization is twofold. It's a process. On the one hand, it's deconstructing colonial ideologies. When we say colonial ideologies, this refer both to Russian, but also neo-colonial. This could be, coming from different states, frames that are imposed on the region in order for this region to accept this kind of narrative. Now, the second aspect of decolonization is revitalizing local knowledge systems. We cannot only build our understanding of decolonization on what we are not. We also need to define what we stand for. And I think, the second aspect is very important. Now, in terms of the problems in decolonizing knowledge of Central Asian discipline of IR, we see on the one hand over-dominance of foreign-generated concepts, concepts which are coming from the foreign environments. And I think, Dr. Umarov today also talked about connectivity and all of these keywords which are being imposed on Central Asia, and we narrate them then as indigenous, although, these are not really coming from us. The second aspect is that, we lack locally produced or adapted concepts. There are very few locally produced concepts which we introduced into the international set of usage. We always digest what is produced outside. And the third aspect that we see in recent years is something that we with my colleague Ulukbek Azizov call indigenization of knowledge. Very often, in order to oppose to this imposed images from the abroad, many universities and knowledge producers in Central Asia adopt the extreme opposition through revitalizing local systems of knowledge. And one system that I will talk very briefly later on is Ustaz Shogurt system, when the teacher transfers the knowledge to the students. We see that although there is a value in the system, there are also abuses in the system that prevents and constrain the knowledge generation in the local context. And so what we see currently is that on the one hand, we have this foreign produced knowledge concept. On the other hand, we have locally constructed scheme, which again constrains this free generation of ideas. Now, in terms of the coloniality of knowledge and why it sustains itself, there are different aspects. I will only briefly touch upon few. The first one is that the structure of knowledge, structure of academia here in Central Asia is often designed in the way that academia serves ideology, and I think that's one thing that we need to change. The second is that there is a desire to be recognized by local governments, but also academia, by the Western colleagues. And I think, we need to depart from that because, the academia is not about recognition from the West. It's primarily recognition of our colleagues here in the region. The third aspect is that, very often dissemination of knowledge, either, isolationism or complete merging with the Western ideas, requires self-criticism. And unfortunately, we don't have that kind of self-criticism and there are no forums for self-criticism. And the final point is that, although there are emerging epistemic communities of scholars, there are no forums where we can actually get together and discuss these ideas without any pressure. And I think, that's another aspect that I wanted to emphasize. Now, in terms, and, let me just jump into conclusions. There are a few directions that, we are looking into in our own research. The first one is something that Professor Mara, but also, Professor Talipov championed in their research, is regionalism along the lines of the notion of neighborhood. I think, one thing that we can emphasize from the regional IR would be this concept of neighborhood. The second aspect is, we are looking increasingly into this notion of strategic narratives. But when we speak about narratives, we tend to focus in Western academia on something which is said or expressed. In Central Asian context, and this is the paper that we've, written together with Sonoda Sensei, we focus on strategic silences. Whenever the Central Asian governments are silenced, or keeping themselves silent, we're thinking about why is it that we have silence and what the silence stands for. And the third sort of aspect that we are looking into is the foreign policy construction in respect to China, Russia, and the West, which is seen through the prism in Central Asia. And the fourth, the direction of our research is the problems of regional knowledge construction and transfer. What are the tools which enable free, unconstrained knowledge construction that needs to be sort of instilled here? Now, in terms of and let me just introduce few papers so that anyone who is here or who is interested would be willing to, or would be interested to look into. Regarding this, the ideologies or the constructs which are imported from abroad. We have this paper on decolonizing Central Asian international relations beyond empires. Now, in terms of the strategic silences, we've published with Sonoda Sensei this paper on the silence is golden, silences as strategic narratives in Central Asian states' responses to the Ukrainian crisis. In terms of the neighborhood as the notion, which could be potentially something that we produced from the region, we published this paper on nationhood through neighborhood, and where we argue that actually we do not need to contrapose nationhood to neighborhood, or maybe they complement each other. And the final, the recent paper is on the neighborhood and the concept of the hydropolitics. Very often we talk about struggle for water in this region and that the interests are not compatible. However, in that paper, we argue that actually we could consider, water through the prism of, neighborhood and water sharing. And the final, the paper that is coming hopefully very soon is this, the paper on nudging, not nagging, leveraging mentorship and patronage in Sino-Uzbek relations, where we look into the strategies that Uzbek state takes in order to, leverage the impact of the Chinese, influence. And the very final paper that we hope to produce is this, the bones are ours, the flesh is yours. And I think, many of you know this, metaphor from Uzbek language. However, we take the critical view of this in this paper, suggesting that perhaps this particular mindset actually limits knowledge generation in our, region. And hopefully, once it's, out and this is published, written with my colleague Ulugbek Azizov, we would be able to share with you. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Dadabayev. You mentioned about our discussion about regionalism, and I would like to mention that you are, I think, in my view at least, you are championing now the colonial thinking in Central Asian scholar community, and which is more attractive in my understanding that I consider you as a kind of constructive decolonial thinker. We still have a few scholars which I less sympathize, which are a bit radical decolonial thinkers, which refuse completely the past and try to fully kind of erase it to some extent. So thank you very much for your interesting thoughts on this topic. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Farhod Talipov, who is the head of Bilim Carbon NGO, and he also has several other affiliations. If you would like, he can mention some of them. Please, Dr. Talipov, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Akram. Good morning, colleagues. Can you switch my slides? Okay, F5 regime, right? All right, thank you. Well, because we are discussing the session on decolonization, and I was requested to give some thoughts about this concept. I thought a while, what could be the keyword which well reflects the meaning of decolonization, which would be the best keyword, which well describes what we are discussing. And I realized that the best term could be this: emancipation of Central Asia. My point is that decolonization should be related to emancipation process. By emancipation, I think there is no need to, give a definition of this special word, emancipation. It's so clear. Okay, I start with a couple of paradoxes because in my view, decolonization and of course emancipation of Central Asia should not be considered only from the national point of view, like emancipation or decolonization of Uzbeks or Uzbekistan, of Kazakhs or Kazakhstan, and so on and so on. In my opinion, Central Asia should be considered also as a whole region, and that's why the topic was decolonization of Central Asia. Well, I stem from three following paradoxes. Central Asian region is surprisingly or strangely united in culture, divided in politics, united in traditions and heritage, but divided by circumstances, and finally united by geography, but divided by geopolitics. So these are the starting points from which I would like to start and discuss decolonization. So I discussed decolonization from a couple of points of view because I have a very short period, conceptual questions. And I think Central Asian scholarship, just to pick up Timur's and Akram's discussions before, Central Asian scholarships, in my opinion, lacks conceptual understanding of the overall processes of development of Central Asia. One of them is that Central Asian students, I mean, broadly, scholars, professors, officials, position themselves in a within the framework of understanding the region and developments from the transition point of view, that we are in transition. This concept became a mantra, which is repeated throughout 30 years. So Central Asia is no longer in transition. This is the first point which I would like to advance and defend. Second, Central Asia is no longer post-Soviet. Central Asian scholarship is full of post-Soviet rhetoric. Every time we read from the papers that post-Soviet countries, and not only with respect to Central Asia, but also with respect to Ukraine or Baltics or Caucasian countries. My point is, reject this, give up this, forget this. Central Asians are no longer post-Soviet. Very often we read that Central Asians are newly independent. Scholarship, literature on Central Asia is also overwhelmed with such conceptualization that we are newly independent. Imagine that, for instance, India, after getting independence, after 30 years of getting independence, can India call itself or others call India newly independent India? Absolutely not. So why should we reiterate and continue this persistent wrong image of Central Asia? We may say young independent countries or something like this, but never newly independent. No longer Eurasian. There is a widespread stereotype that Central Asia is a part of Eurasia. My point is critical. No longer, absolutely not Euro-Asian. region or part of Eurasia. Central Asia is a region of its own. It's fully independent, no relation, no correlation with Eurasia. It's my point. There is an approach to Central Asia that it is an object of great game. No longer. At least no longer from the viewpoint of classical geopolitics, that great powers are playing their own game in Central Asia, pursuing their own selfish interests at the expense of Central Asia. But today we know that Central Asian countries are independent states and they are no longer objects, but probably subjects of this game. So that's why we have to change this perception. Akram today said that it's not periphery. Central Asia, I agree. Central Asia is no longer a periphery of world politics. It's active actor, participant of all processes, including even geopolitical and other Central Asians learned throughout independence period how to play the game, how to pursue their own interests with different success, of course, with different ups and downs in this process. But nevertheless, they are no longer periphery. One of the testimonial of this, why so many C5+1s proliferate recently. Almost all major countries, major powers of the world, and even mid-ranking powers have their own model of variation of C5+1. The US has C5+1, Russia has C5+1, China has C5+1, India, Japan also, of course. Japan was a pioneer in this process, and South Korea, Turkey, India. Whom should I mention also? Persian Gulf also, by the way. So that's why this is also a testimony of that Central Asia is no longer periphery. Well, there is a stereotype again that Central Asia is landlocked. Akram rightly said today in the morning that landlockedness is no longer so actual because the longer we repeat this geographical fact that this is a landlocked country, the more we mislead ourselves in our analysis, because this fact cannot be changed. Geographically, it's an eternal fact. We cannot change this. Why should we just attach ourselves or stick ourselves with this eternal fact? We will never have direct access to sea. Why should we reiterate this fact? I think the strategic approach to Central Asia requires out-of-box thinking, and including railways, avenues, and many other forms of connectivity and so on, fashionable word connectivity, no longer landlocked. It's rather land-linked, but not landlocked. And finally, there is a stereotype. By the way, Timur very often says there is a lack of local voice, and we are very often, how to say, misled with international or foreign scholarship on Central Asia. One of the points which international scholarship says about Central Asia is that they are so different from each other. Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and other 5 Central Asian countries are so different from each other. Again, you can agree with this or not. I say they are not different from each other. They are very similar. Imagine 28 countries of European Union. Are they different from each other? Even more different than Central Asians with each other. But this is not a barrier for them, for Europe, to integrate, to develop their regionalism. They are so different. Where is Portugal? Where is Bulgaria? Where is Norway or Greece? They are even absolutely more different from each other than Central Asians. At least Central Asians have something, an asset, which Europeans do not have. This is the brotherhood. They have common origin, common language, common tradition, belong to the same history, which Europeans absolutely do not have. That's it. And why it's not? Oh, yes. I finished conceptual questions and I shift to practical questions to improve, or how to say, repair, if you wish, Central Asian scholarship. I think we should address several following questions, such as if we are interested in decolonization, if we are interested in overcoming colonized or colonization stereotypes and put it as a strategy, not just the fixation of the fact, decolonization, but if we, formulate this strategic framework, probably we should address this set of questions. Decolonization is what? Is it freeing from colony because it's decolonization? Who colonized Central Asia? There only one state. can we frankly say decolonization from Russia today? Frankly, let's answer this question. Very often, scholarship on Central Asia also makes a great mistake that if some scholars or politicians or NGO activists express their pro-Western position, these kind of positions are equalized to anti-Russian position and vice versa. If you are pro-Western, it means you are anti-Russian and vice versa. We should overcome and correct this wrong perception. There is a big question about conflicts of a weak state. Central Asian countries throughout independence period were or have been, how to say, preoccupied with this cautiousness, I would say. Whenever UN voting process going on and Central Asians are participate in those voting system or express individually in different international other platforms, Central Asian position, we are neutral. Why are we neutral when it is obvious, for instance, when it comes to war in Ukraine, who is aggressor, who is not? Why are we so neutral, or why can't we criticize? Or complex of a weak state means we cannot say no to the great power when it is expedient to say no, and we cannot say yes when it is necessary to say yes. This is what I mean by complex of a weak state. And for instance, when we discuss why are we so pro-Russian, or why Uzbekistan pursue pro-Russian policy, or why can't we say something against or critical with respect to Russia, many analysts immediately use such argument as 3 million of labor migrants from Uzbekistan work in Russia. So what? Does it mean that from this stereotypic view that 3 million are there, we cannot say anything against Russia? I think we shouldn't confuse arguments. We shouldn't confuse things. And a couple of other things. Last, yes, I said about neutrality, give up excessive neutrality, consultative meetings. We are observing several consultative meetings, and in couple of weeks in Dushanbe, capital of Tajikistan, we will have the 5th. I think this is the symbolical moment, because the 5th, the whole ring, yes, the ring of consolidated meetings will be over and the new cycle will begin. So we are expecting a breakthrough if it happens. And final point from me is, if we really overcome complex of a weak state, if we really go out of colonization stereotypes, go out of this framework and decolonize our politics, our consciousness, our foreign policy behavior, my call could be Uzbekistan give up its any plan to go or to enter the Eurasian Economic Union. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Talepa, for such passionate speech and dedication to the topic. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Mirzohid Rahimov, who is affiliated with Academy of Sciences of Uzbekistan with the Center for Contemporary History of Uzbekistan. Please, Professor Rahimov, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, konnichiwa. I remember with deep gratitude my visit to University of Sapporo, University of Hokkaido in Sapporo on Japan Foundation Intellectual Exchange Program. If I may, I would like to briefly point out a few points on Central Asia discourse of transformation. Abu Rayhan Biruni, who spent more than 30 years in India and other countries, he was one of the first who developed concept of the world history. And because he spent many years in different countries, he learned a lot of languages, including different Indian languages, Sanskrit, Hebrew, several dialects of Farsi, Arabic, and in other languages, and Latin also. He developed concept of world history as an interaction and links between different nations. And when we visited Dumbarton Oaks in Washington, D.C., where they're publishing books on Byzantine history and Jewish history, my colleague said that in Biruni's work, there is 5 chapters about Jewish traditions. So based on study different cultures, nations, he developed a concept. There are a lot of similarities between the different countries. From this perspective, if we look into last 3,000 past years in Central Asia, we can see different state organization started from Achaemenid, Greek Macedonian toward you can see different, it's Turkish Empire, Arab Caliphate, Khwarezmian, Chingizid, Amir Timur, Timurid, Central Asian, Hanate, and others. And we can see very interesting phenomena that Central Asia was last 3,000 years, it's very multi-ethnic and polyconfessional. It's very interesting phenomena. And here is Professor Shahidi, well-known expert on Central Asia culture. I'm so glad she's here, and I'm sure she can say about it more, which is very interesting phenomena. And second phenomena, of course, is the issue of being center of trade, commerce, and exchange. Yes, region was in the center between relation Middle East, between South Asia, between Europe. So it was kind of melting pot when in 3,000 years, the people is coming, going, and mix, intermarriage, and so on and so forth. So we are sitting here, several Uzbeks on my side, and you can see we all have a little bit different anthropological vision. It's very natural because 3,000, all this process. And of course, the issue of we like to talk about that about well-known scholars in the past, but I would like to mention 2 aspects. First is they very much were involved in the internalization of the education in the medieval time, when all scholars of Central Asia was having number languages for that time very widely used. And nowadays, I think this is also important. Second is mobility issue. They traveled to many countries and studied traditions. By the way, thank you, Professor Loda. Biruni was one of the who had a lot of sociological research. So I think for us, this is very, very important because based on this approach, he tried to see different aspects of the nations. So, and third, of course, the issue of involvement on great gain concept. The problem is we face it in the last 3,000 years. It's not only concept of great game of 19th century, but it was a constant process from the very ancient time, and sometimes as a subject, sometimes as object of this process. But I would like to say that in studies in Central Asia, we are very limited. For example, when the Russian take over the territory of region, we didn't put too much attention on the comparative approach related to how, for example, Russia used at that time international relation platform to take over Central Asia. And in my research and studies, we published it about little bit, working in the Cambridge University and other places. So the region was, as you see, in the center of different trade routes, not only Silk Roads. I should say one of the oldest way from our region was the Indian way, because geographically India is very close to our region. And in 20th century, after the establishing Russian Empire, then it was Soviet Union, and there is very interesting discourse. It's clear Russian Tsar's time is imperial, it is colonial time, but Soviet still we should consider it as a specific, complex, and need to be, of course, look at from the different perspective. Central Asians was part of Soviet Union, involved on Soviet foreign policy, but from my understanding, we still should to look on the Soviet experience from the as positive, for example, mass education, social protection, industrialization, also negative, the totalitarian system, repression, monoculture, raw material, and Homo Sovieticus. But I think now this is very important to us to implement interdisciplinary approach to study all period of Central Asia history, including 20th century. I think it's very, very important. In the beginning of the century, it was a very big geopolitical change in general, change in international relations. And that time, Central Asia get independence, and different scholars expressed a different view. Our friends, Professor Marta Olcott, he puts it for catapult to independence. Gregory Gleason, he put it trust back to international community, and some others he use the concept of stance. I should to say, Stan is like in Deutschlands. This means lands, countries. So when some people using in a negative stand, I could not understand. It's that's limit of knowledge of the past. Stan means a country, land. So, but the issue of balkanization of Central Asia, Professor Farhat Talib, he just left, he was reading about, fortunately, Central Asia not went to process of balkanization, but there are other challenges, of course. So about regional initiative, well, my colleagues Akram was talking about it, and Professor Dadabayev published a couple books. Professor Talib and others, I also had a chance to publish book on this issue, but we can say there was different transformation of interstate relation, and it seems to me one of the crucial issue was putting priority of national development over the regional. Of course, it was negative affected on the regional relation in general, but fortunately, last few years we see some change and the regional relation. Indeed, soon will be next meeting in Dushanbe, and it's good that next week it will be Central Asian Scholars Forum in Dushanbe, and our delegation from Academy of Science. I also had a chance. We will visit next week to Dushanbe to talk with Central Asian colleagues. But the issue of extra-regionalism, I call it as a complex regionalism. Indeed, all major countries involved under multilateral relations. It's of course separate discussion issue for discussion. But the last initiative was a Central Asia EU format. It's but before you can see a lot of, and here we should to say that first extra-regionalism initiative in Central Asia clearly dominated by intergovernmental approach. We know a number of other approaches, but here is intergovernmental approach very clear. Secondly, there are challenges, similarities, and contradictions within the multilateral relation in Central Asia. So here, of course, need to be indeed in the framework of extra-regionalism. Japan and later on Korea was one of the first who initiated. I think in perspective, it should be joint project with the different formats. Now it's a little bit lacking of. And of course, Belt and Road is nowadays as a grand Chinese project, and Central Asia supported from the beginning, participating in the Silk Road Fund, in the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, and all presidents participated in 2007 and 2009, first and second Belt and Road Forum. I also had a chance to participate on this forum. And next month in October will be the third forum of the Belt and Road, and probably all Central Asia presidents will visit once again in the third format. But we will see result of Belt and Road because a lot of challenges here, a lot of contradictions. But if you will compare, indeed, it is covering even more than as we understand as Silk Road, because it's covering several other continents also. But there are some challenges. First is keeping balance. All these countries is facing some contradiction. For Central Asia perspective, definitely when countries facing contradiction, it's affecting other regions. It was the case of Middle East. In the case of, for example, Ukraine, of course, affecting, and from Central Asia perspective, any war is bad. If we will do survey about it also, we will clearly see how the Central Asia has this negative approach general to war, because still is good memory of World War II time. I'm sure in Japan they have the same. Second is, of course, the issue of majority of a lot of multilateral formats dominated one or in other countries. And there is, as I said, a very limited coordination and partnership. And there are a number of challenges in the region, which is faced definite for stability and sustainability, and all these issues of terrorism, illegal drug trafficking, transnational crime, economic, environmental problems. Illegal drug trafficking, we consider Afghanistan. But once we should be clear, all of us, Afghanistan is a country from the climate, from geography point of view, from agriculture point of view, is convenient to grow such kind of crops like drug. But how level it's used for pharmaceutical companies in the world? Unfortunately, I couldn't see too much project on it. Indeed, from agriculture point of view, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan is good place to produce, like in Latin American countries. But no one, unfortunately, now talking about how we can to support Afghanistan to maybe, in my personal opinion, why not to make official legal production of to use it in international pharmaceutics. And of course, the boundary issues is still some issue. Ethnic conflicts, last 30 years, we faced it several times in ethnic conflicts in the region. Still, there is an issue. Ecological degradation and water shortage is clear. We are living in the one region, very much interconnected, and Afghanistan, of course, issue also crucial. And as I know, Japan, one of the most supportive construction of Afghanistan last several decades, Uzbekistan too. And from Central Asia perspective, of course, definitely need to support Afghanistan toward the positive transformation. And now, unfortunately, not so much happening. So in Central Asia, national regional security is interdependent and interconnected. And here, it seems to me, it's very important to us to think about Karl Deutsch concept of pluralistic security community, because major countries, all of them involved in security cooperation in Central Asia, even China is very much on bilateral level. So in perspective, and now China is very much, for example, active in Afghanistan. So we should to think about new concept. Talking about World War II, a couple of years ago, we published a book about Uzbekistan contribution on war against fascism. And I should say a number of countries, including Soviet Union, UK, France, and the United States, and others, was very much involved on the alliance support in the World War II. And Uzbekistan also played on this process due to the Trans-Iranian corridor and other issues. So we should to get good lesson from the all wars, including, of course, the biggest World War II. In conclusion, I fully agree with Robert Koch's critical perspective is necessary in the moment of world history when there is a whole series of interacting fundamental change. Indeed, we now in the process very big change in the whole international and regional affairs too. And here, Central Asia regionalism is defined by geographical, historical, civilizational, and identical coexistence. Interdisciplinary nature of Central Asian international relations connected very much with the history, politics, economics, sociology, anthropology, and other system of thoughts. Unfortunately, Central Asia is still dominated by state-centric notion of sovereignty, identity, democratization, and development. This is, for us, is crucial. Adopt universality. As I said, if someone say I'm true Uzbek or true Tajik or true Kazakh, I could say he simply don't know the history. This will be very simple answer, but in perspective, of course, it will be depends how will be done proper reforms in all spheres of our life, including especially of education and science. Without implementing universality in education and science, we could not make progress. And Professor Shahida, I think, will tell about it more, but it's for us crucial to adopt. We shouldn't forget that high education system was a period in medieval time, not like in Europe, but little bit early including in Bukhara, in Damascus, and other places. Then knowledge was transformed last several thousand years very much in different direction. And nowadays we should understand, we should implement best practice in the education and science in practice, not in declarative way, but in practice. And I'm sure that, and of course, it will be very making positive effect on regional cooperation, because without good, effective law system within the country and region, we could not create system. It is an issue, so it should be done. And of course, we should to say about extremely high level of interdependence, especially now in our region. And of course, current and perspective transformation in Central Asia will depend, of course, on the interlinks between the national, regional, and global factors and challenges. And in the final, I would like to phrase Alisher Nawai's words when he says, "Patience resolve all matters, and the haste has always led to misses." So I think whatever reform we do, we should to do in the proper way, in right way, and using all international experience. And I should say here, I was very surprised to see in Sapporo that after 7 p.m., I think, in the store, all breads and other stuff is 50% discount, right? After 7. But then when I was in France last year, I was visiting Schola, and I saw, unfortunately, French cafeterias putting all these breads to rubbish. And I say to them, you should implement Japanese experience, because who was in the queue? Students, scholars was in the queue. I think we all the time should to implement different experience. I was very glad in my first visit to Japan to meet Orzo Kon. You mentioned about her, and I was very impressed being with her in the city in Tokyo, that how the service is very high, not only technology, but service too. And I used to say in shops in Tashkent or Almaty or Bishkek, used to say them, guys, you need to learn from Japan. Yes, arigato azaimashita. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Akimov, for a great presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Prajakti Kalra from Cambridge Central Asia Forum. She is joining us online. Prajakti, are you here with us?
Yes, Akram, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. We can hear
Thank
you.
you.
Well.
Thank you. First, let me thank you and the organizers, Dr. Dadabayev, Uvaid. Special thank you to Senator Safayev as well. Thank you so much for including me in this panel. I'm delighted, and I'll just so I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'll just talk like the others, but I'll just name a few. I'll go over some points, and then we can hopefully have some time for discussion. So I'll start the way Dr. Dadabayev did. What does it mean? What does decolonization mean? What is decolonial? And why is it important? So in the work that we do in Cambridge, and my own work, which is very much driven by history, the question was answered through the idea of Central Asia in world history. So I more or less look at the historical trajectory of Central Asia and see how the decolonization narratives need to be sort of redirected and revitalized, very similar to what Dr. Dadabayev does. And I like how Professor Rahimov left the whole conversation for me, which is that history is very important and we need to sort of revisit it. Some of the things I say might not, people might not agree with on my panel, but I'll say them anyway, and then we can have a conversation about them. So basically, we're looking at what is decolonization. So like I said, we're looking at Central Asia and world history. So we need to revisit decolonization so that we can actually think about Central Asia for its own sake. If we look at Central Asia and world history, we can see very clearly that Central Asians and Central Asia, and we can talk about Bukhara or Samarkand or other empires in the middle that came up, which actually show that the agency of Central Asians was very important in world history, in the creation of norms, values, systems, the role of ideology. And I'll talk about how I actually explain that in my own research. In the modern international relations, we talk about creation of European norms, European values, European systems, which have now become universal. And a lot of my work looks at Central Asia and world systems that came out from the 13th century onwards to the 21st century, and to see what those norms are and what those values are and how they can be accommodated and navigated in the modern system. So one of the most important things, unfortunately, to be able to decolonize is first we have to decide what something is not. So so here is where I deviate from some things that were said by Professor Tolipov. I actually am a firm sort of supporter of Eurasia. I think Eurasia, Eurasian history, Eurasian empires are a very interesting and important or an alternative perspective that we can bring in. What Eurasian history is not, it is not Russian, it is not Chinese, it is not Iranian, it is not Muslim, it is not Asian. And actually in the research that I do, it is more or less Central Asian, because they were the purveyors, they were the ones who were pushing the ideas through. We all talk about Russian colonialism, but actually it was the Mongol Empire, and in which there were lots of Central Asian bureaucrats and Central Asians, Bukharan, Samarkandis, Farghana people, Khiva people, who actually created this empire, which connected Russia to China, to Korea, to India, to all sorts of places. And this is where we do see the creation of norms and values and systems that are very much driven by Central Asian understandings of how societies operate, how societies work together. So rather than worrying about why landlockedness is bad, we actually talk about how you can go beyond landlockedness, which is what happened historically in Central Asia. So the idea of Silk Road somehow connected with the Chinese or with China in Europe is completely flawed. This is again where we can talk about decolonialism and decolonization, because it is the European understanding of the Silk Road which puts China in the middle and it puts Europe in the middle. So it starts in Beijing and it ends in Venice. This is entirely, this is misinformation, because the people who were actually funding the infrastructure that made the Silk Road are nomads. They are nomadic people, and they were informed by the oldest merchant networks that we know of. So Sogdians and Bactrians, and then eventually the Bukharans and the Samarkandis. We know this, we talk about this, but somehow we talk about them as somehow doing something for somebody else. So whether it was the Chinese or the Europeans or the Russians or whatever, but really decolonization means that you take ownership of these people, you take ownership of these systems that were put in place. Unfortunately, with the nation state and with European colonialism that began, yes, with the Russians in Central Asia in the 16th century, and all the way up to the 21st century, we can see that they are the ones who got this wrong. And we need to correct that. So rather than throwing, there's an English phrase, throwing the baby with the bathwater, rather than throwing the baby when you are throwing away the bathwater, we need to actually salvage what is Central Asian in all this. So the problem with Central Asian history and Central Asian history in the way that it is analyzed or understood is that we say, okay, let's take these big meta narratives and then let's then divest them of Central Asia. This is completely not how history should be read. And we do need to make a very concerted effort to change that. So in my research, we have Eurasian geography, Eurasian ecology, and Eurasian perspectives that actually allow for these kinds of societies to have grown into the kind of connected contact zones that we know historically existed. The problem is the nation state, which then limits these to either Uzbekistan or to Central Asia. The fact is that Eurasia as a whole, as a continent, has been most developed and most economically prosperous when they were connected. And the people who were connecting the Eurasian geography are Central Asians. They are not Russians, they are not Chinese, and so on and so forth. So I don't want to keep belaboring the fact of what it is not. I'd rather talk about what it is. So we talk about actors in international relations. There is always a question, who are the actors? So the main actors in this kind of research would be traders, merchants, diplomats, ministers, bureaucrats. These are the most important people that actually operationalize what is understood and what is conveyed to other parts of the region. So even in the Mongol Empire, which is Genghis Khan's empire, it is not just the Mongols who are running the empire, it is actually the Central Asians who are running the empire. So it is very important to delineate what empire means, which empire we are talking about. Usually the empires most people are referring to are European empires. We are talking about different empires. And these are called Eurasian empires because Ottomans, Safavids, Mughals in India, they are all descendants of the same empire. So it's very important to think about these big terms. So you can't say that Central Asia is simply a periphery. No, we have to talk about how it is not a periphery, and we have to have examples from history that actually show that they are not the periphery. Similarly, we can't say that they are not Eurasian. What is Eurasia? We have to define Eurasia for what it is, not for what people have imagined it to be. That is the whole point of decolonization as far as we are concerned. So these are some of the main points that we look at. The papers that we have are on resilience, which talk about how Central Asians have survived, prospered, and actually played very important roles in the way world history has unfolded. Then we have science diplomacy. Again, diplomats, Central Asians were very famous diplomats, whether they were Turks or whether they were Bukharans or whoever you would like them to be. So they are not tied to a particular nation state. They are not tied to a particular empire either. Even in the Russian Empire, the Bukharans played a very important role in actually connecting the landscape from Siberia to India to other parts of the Russian Empire, quote unquote. So it is not It is not enough to simply say that we don't want to talk about empire. We need to actually take agency of what we have in empire and then talk about that. Decolonization then to me means to revisit some of these key moments in world history which are ascribed to different civilizations, whether it is Islamic, whether it is Chinese, whether it is European. It means we have to divest from these overarching meta narratives that have taken control of these frankly objective facts, right? Geography is objective. Geography does not belong to any particular country or any particular culture. Well, ecology does not belong to any culture or any particular country either. So we need to think about these. These are meta narratives that have been taken over by other people, so to speak. But Central Asians do not live or do not operate in a vacuum. They have to. They actually operated in a connected landscape. So what Central Asia really has offered to the world, and we can go through the history of it, and I'm happy to argue about this, is that they have always been the connecting people that have existed in the most ancient civilizations. So that's where we are at. So alternatives to decolonization or alternatives to European colonialism means that we have to revisit these moments and accept that our reading of these moments has been wrong or has been biased. And historians are very much, I'm a historian, historians are very much to blame for this. So I completely take the blame, but also we can offer alternatives to fix this. The main ideas of a Central Asian world order, and I will go as far as saying that there is a Central Asian world order in history. We need to talk about mobility, which Ms. Zohed mentioned. We need to talk about exchange, which is trade. We need to talk about access. We need to talk about nomads and what role nomads played, because Central Asia is very much the harbinger of two civilizations, if not three. So sedentary, nomadic, and semi-sedentary. Central Asian societies that have operated in close proximity together, but still have remained very much their own people. Bukharans can still be found as Bukharans across history, throughout history. Connections with other sedentary societies. We also have the idea of partnerships, and regional organizations today really operate under those moments. We can see, I think Professor Tolipov said, look at, we have all these Central Asia plus organizations. I completely agree. And the fact is that that's what we need. We want partnerships, we want connections. So connectivity is another one of the most important bits and aspects that Central Asia offers. So that's what we would like to see in terms of decolonization. I think I'll stop there. I'm not sure if I've done 10 minutes, but in order for a discussion, I'll stop there. But thank you so much for including me in the panel, and I'm happy to field questions.
Thank you very much. Project, you actually added very important thoughts on the views which were shared by previous speakers, and many thanks for developing further and enhancing the previous contributions. So we're actually out of time, but still I want to have a little small discussion, if you allow me. Let's have like 6-7 minutes additional time. We already have one scholar who volunteered to share their comment. So please, Professor Munira Shahidi from Tajikistan, the chairperson of the Shahidi Foundation, and she also has many other affiliations with different universities across the world. So please, maybe 2 minutes to 3 minutes.
Exactly.
Then we will give maybe one or two questions.
Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity to share my joyfulness. I've got more concrete formulations of those ideas I had previously, and I can name the professors who gave these ideas, but because it's of only 2 minutes, you can understand my situation. And it's my pleasure to invite you to Dushanbe. We have still Academy of Sciences and Institute of Oriental Studies, which made a great contribution to the history of regional identity of Central Asia. And I would like to give you a few points through experience of my father, Ziaudullah Shahidi, who was composer and known here in Uzbekistan due to visit of Batur Zakirov at that time to Dushanbe, and they were playing Muhabbat, the song which is still popular in Uzbekistan. Actually, the requirements to cultural diplomacy in 21st century have crucially changed their needs, their formulations, and their perception in contemporary arts. And I know that for sure, because my daughter, she is a composer and lives in Canada, and she is in contemporary music. So I would like to identify that art of intercultural communication is mostly needed now. And we need actually artists and creative people who love to share their ideas, their creativity. Actually, a few months ago, Samarkand Drama Theatre was in Dushanbe, and they were putting a Georgian play on Tajik scene. And I've been just actually now in Georgia, and that's why I'm here on my way back to Dushanbe. And we got a lot of fantastic discussions at the Institute of Oriental Studies in Tbilisi, talking about Iranian, Afghan, and Indian inputs to intercultural identity, which we are already discovered by Tajik Orientalists, especially by my teacher, Abdullah Ghani Mirzoyev, who was an honorable scholar of Uzbekistan, the only one. So I would be more than happy if you could share your papers with me as head of journal for NUS. And we could make a special issue on that conference in Tajiki Persian, making, of course, English references. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Professor Shahidi. Are there any one or two questions, comments, which anyone would like to raise? So if no, then we can continue our discussion in more informal environment. So the lunch is served in the same hall where we had a coffee break. So we will have quite plenty of time for networking and exchanging informal views on the topics which were raised earlier. So lunch break will last until 2 p.m. Then we will gather again in this room. Please enjoy your lunch and have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many thanks again for joining us. Again,
Thank you, Akram.
in
Thank you.
UK, it's very early time.
It's okay. It's now 8 o'clock. It's fine.
It is still a bit early for starting the workday. Thank you. Especially it's also a school day for children.
Yeah, indeed,
Thank
indeed.
you.
Thank you.
Have a
Enjoy
great
your
day.
lunch. Enjoy
Thank
your
you.
lunch. I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
I'm not in Tashkent. Bye-bye.
Meeting you. Perhaps just one. Yes. And I. Right. I'll bring them. Oh, sorry.
Dear guests, dear attendants, in order not to spoil our time, let us start. So, theme of the third panel is problems of sustainability. It's quite a narrow area, but let's see how our panelists will be able to cover the topic. And let's start with Professor Nigora Jalilova from University of Tsukuba. Please, Nigora. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with so many outstanding experts in the fields, and I'm really happy to be part of this sustainability conference because I truly believe that sustainability can be built only if people from different fields and different educational backgrounds and expertise can join together and try to solve some problems. Okay, my topic is transition to renewable energy systems in Uzbekistan. And specifically, I will be focusing in this research on socioeconomic feasibility in remote areas. Why in remote areas? Because in remote areas, we have many different energy problems. So overall academic research interest of this specific study is designing sustainable energy systems in Uzbekistan. And in this specific project is how to facilitate transition to renewable energy systems in Uzbekistan, which will be followed by policy recommendations. Previous studies which focused on renewable energies, they were all focused on technical parameters of wind and solar experimental projects, and there were limited policy and stakeholder analysis, limited feasibility studies, and no studies at all on multi-variable hybrid renewable energy system scenario modeling. Another gap was limited impact assessment of solar and wind hybrid power deployment and no assessment of their sustainability. So the main research questions of this study is how feasible are small-scale renewable energy systems in remote regions that lack a reliable power supply? Then another question is what is potential of socioeconomic impact from deploying renewable energy systems from the local inhabitants of remote regions? So what is different in this specific study? It is trying to identify holistic vision, and this is called sustainability science approach, which is different. For example, if you look at any problem from economic point of view, you're trying to look at how much does this project cost. If you look from technical point of view, of course, you will learn what technical parameters are needed to build a system, energy system. On the other side, if you look from social point of view, you will look how it will impact the society, small or big. But in my research, what I'm trying to do all of this and combine all different methods, research methods, in order to find sustainable solution to the problem of energy supply. So if you can see in the middle, we look at economic, technical, environmental, and socioeconomic indicators. What we use for this, we not only look at one specific variable, but we look at discount rate, foreign currency exchange rate, and policy strategy. Afterwards, after looking into different parameters, we're trying to find regional similarities. For example, we are not sticking only to the case of Uzbekistan, but we're trying to look at the regional situation and see how the case of Uzbekistan can be applied to other Central Asian countries or beyond. So this is a map of study sites locations. Why I decided to pick these sites is because the climate and weather conditions in all different parts of Uzbekistan are so different, and my goal was to identify in which part of the country what kind of renewable energy source is more efficient to use, or the combination of them. So the goal was to simulate hybrid renewable energy system for each case study sites, which I showed you before on the map, apply using Homer Pro software and applying optimization tool. So input data for this simulation consisted of resources, economic variables, and component costs. So again, we are looking not only for one parameter, but for different parameters. So the research was actually very long, and as a result, I published a book on this research. And as a conclusions for this specific study, we can say that expert community on renewable energy system deployment, their opinion varies based on the expertise, background, and interest of each key stakeholder. Another thing is renewable energy systems could assist in improving the reliability of electricity supply in remote areas, and they will cost much less than extending the national grid. Because in some remote areas, not so many people live, and small communities need to have the same conditions as people in big cities. So another conclusion is there is a certain potential for job creation from renewable energy system deployment. So what can it give us? It can solve important socioeconomic issues such as labor migration. As you know, people go to different countries in order to provide their family. But in the case of renewables, we can have some new jobs locally, and it will contribute to better emotional state, well-being, health, and maintain vital social ties with community and the family. So policy recommendations which could be applied to support and promote renewable energy deployment. First of all, it is important to develop clear climate policy and budget support mechanism for clean technology and transition. To introduce clear and very specific targets year by year and giving a schedule for all those targets. The second one is to introduce a clear direction regarding electric power supply or electric power sector policy, which should include a clear identifications and target and diversification of electricity generation portfolio by increasing renewables in this portfolio. Another one is transition from Soviet era specific managerial transition to a more modern system, which is happening step by step. So, and the monopolization of energy sector in this part is very important. Another one is it is important to continue developing a well-balanced sustainable energy generation portfolio and applying an energy efficient technologies in all sectors of the economy. Develop and strengthen institutional and legislative framework. So as everybody can, I think, agree, institutions and laws are very important in supporting any development in the country. And instead of subsidizing, as it was the case before, it is important to provide a mechanism of financial incentives for such energy producers and consumers. Public investments in research and development is also important. So another recommendation is strengthening data based on key climate indicators. And it was one of the biggest challenges in my case when I was doing this study. It was very difficult to get very correct climate, for example, the wind speed and solar irradiation. This was very difficult to obtain such data because it didn't exist at all. It wasn't collected. So, and the last but not the least, we can continue this policy recommendation long and long, but few more. Enhanced cooperation with private sector is a very important thing that need to be done because, government can subsidize and help to develop this project, but getting financing from private sector is very important. And another one is investigating the domestic labor market. There's a huge gap, large gap in employment levels between Tashkent city and any other big city and other regions. When I looked into this issue, I realized that the gap is so huge. Another one is increasing public awareness and on social economic benefits through assuring active involvement of local communities such as Mahalla. And I hope this, for example, my presentation is also helping to some kind of increase public awareness that this problem is really important and is possible to solve. And if you're interested in this topic, I would recommend you to follow this QR code and read my recent monographic book on this topic. So thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. And now we will switch to presentation of Sona Fumoto from International University of Tourism. And by the way, congratulations to Dr. Sona Fumoto with your publication in our in journal, which is issued in University of World Economy and Diplomacy on cultural heritage. Congratulations on this article and on publishing it. So floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to my presentation and to the conference. I am a cultural anthropologist and I am interested in especially traditional handicrafts in Uzbekistan and gender issue in Uzbekistan as well. So, would you please open my PPT? So, today I would like to introduce the continuity and changes in handicrafts production in Uzbekistan based on the case of Shahrisabz. The variety of handicrafts produced in Uzbekistan are an important component of the country. In recent years, the demand for handicrafts as souvenirs has increased due to the development of tourism in Uzbekistan. The presidential decree issued in 2021 aims at expanding employment opportunities, especially for the youth and women, and further contribute to handicraft production in the tourism industry. However, in the handicraft production side, now it is becoming very difficult to maintain traditional techniques and styles now, because the development of tourism has led to sales-first handicraft production and the distribution of inexpensive products imported as souvenirs of Uzbekistan. And not high salary and low salaries make it very difficult to train skilled workers. So there is also the academic problem of the lack of progress in reconstructing the history of handicrafts. So which is how handicraft production has changed and been maintained in the context of major social changes, such as Soviet modernization and the transition to a market economy after Uzbekistan's independence. This makes it very difficult to discuss how traditional techniques and styles of handicrafts are important for craftspeople and local communities. So based on the current status and problems of handicrafts in Uzbekistan, I attempt to clarify the continuity of handicraft production from the late 19th century to the present in Shahrisabz, using interview data from craftspeople and archive materials. Shahrisabz is a historical city. This led to full-scale tourism development in the city, and the production of embroidered products, carpets, and other handicrafts became active in Shahrisabz, primarily targeting tourists. The next slide is about outline of history of handicrafts production in Shahrisabz. In the oasis settlements of Southern Central Asia, embroidery was an essential decoration for interiors and small daily items made by women. In the late 19th century, embroidery sewing was an activity of women to maintain kinship and friendship. As the influence of the Soviet regime in Central Asia increased in the 1920s, the Soviet regime launched a women's emancipation movement in Central Asia. As a part of the movement, embroidery, carpet, and dairy production cooperatives called Artel in which women were traditionally involved were established to women's economic independence. In Shahrisabz, an artel named Fujum, specializing in doppi production, was established in 1928. In 1960, Fujum became a comprehensive artistic products factory with embroidery, machine embroidery, carpet making, sewing, and dyeing sections. And in 1984, Fujum had more than 2,000 workers, and the majority were women. So Fujum was not only had a workshop, but also a cafeteria, nursery, club, store, clinic, and library. And young workers and those who didn't receive an education at school could work while attending night school at that time. And there were trips for rest and relaxation every year. According to an ex-worker of Fujum, trips seem to be a good way for workers to relax as they left their children and families at home. After Uzbekistan's independence in 1991 and the transition to a market economy, the management structure of Fujum changed drastically, and in 2006, Fujum went bankrupt. Despite Fujum's bankruptcy, a handicraft production is thriving at Shahrisabz. There are embroidery carpet workshops for tourists in the city. In Shahrisabz, in embroidery and carpet making, which provided cash income, are positioned as activities in which women contribute to the support of their livelihoods. So why is a woman engaged in the handicraft business in Shahrisabz? So now, by introducing her business, I'd like to reveal how handicraft production is taking place in post-independence Uzbekistan. Wai's involvement in the handicraft business began in the late 1990s when she went to France for training. F is a Fujum worker and Wai's aunt asked Wai to sell embroidery products in France. And Wai could sell all products in France. After returning to Shahrisabz, Wai suggested to F that they start a handicraft business. And 2003, Wai opened an embroidery workshop, and she started to make and sell handicrafts mainly for foreigners. However, her business has not always been successful. She listened to the advice of former Fujum workers such as F and overcame difficulties. As of 2019, F's handicraft business consisted of embroidery and machine embroidery, carpets, and eco bags. The products
Excuse me, 3 minutes left.
Okay. The products are sold at the workshop and stored in the Oxsaroy Park, souvenir stores in Bukhara and Tashkent, and duty-free store at Tashkent International Airport. Women living in the city of Shahrisabz produce carpets and machine-embroidered products in workshops in the city. Women living in villages produce embroidered products at home based on orders from Wai. So in the future, Wai hopes to open a handicrafts workshop for women. Women working in this workshop will not only receive wages, but also have nursery, library, swimming pool, and showers. So why is the women's mental instability due to the absence of their husband by migrant workers as a problem, and to improve the quality of life, creating opportunities for women to have time for themselves, work on their bodies, and learn about themselves. So, and if Wai's aunt wants the workshop to be named after her teacher, Mohiniso Jalalova, She was the head of the factory of Fujim. So the conclusion, this study introduced the history of handicraft production in Shahrisabz, Uzbekistan from the late 19th century through the 2010s. Uzbekistan experienced huge social changes, yet embroidery and carpets were consistently produced by women and supported women's lives. In the late 19th century, it was an activity that reproduced women's social relations. And during the Soviet period, Fujim, a handicraft factory, became a workspace for women. There, women received a variety of social benefits in addition to their salaries. And after the independence of Uzbekistan, it has been an activity that contributes to the livelihood of households in unstable economic conditions based on Fujim ex-workers' experience and knowledge. The continuity between Fujim and handicrafts production in recent years in Shahrisabz was not limited to economic aspects. Y&F's vision of establishing a workshop suggests that these women want their handicraft business to not only provide a source of income, but also opportunities to improve cultural standards. I think their vision is influenced by Fujim, which based to provide opportunities for economic independence of women and to improve quality of life of women. And based on the case, I can say a handicraft in Uzbekistan has the potential to improve the life of craftspeople, both economically and culturally. So I think future support for handicrafts should focus on this point and try to improve the quality of life handicrafts workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we will have two presentations presented by our online attendants. Let me introduce you Professor Akufumi Shioe from University of Tsukuba. Professor Akufumi, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So can I share the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So, so let me start my presentation. So, good afternoon, everyone. And in advance for my presentation, I'd like to express my great gratitude to the organizers of the conference. So let me introduce myself briefly. The main focus of my research is on the history of the Hornet of Hiba, which existed in the plasma oasis on the lower basin of the River from the beginning of the 16th century to 1920. The plasma oasis correspond to the contemporary western part of Uzbekistan and the northern part of Turkmenistan with 250,000 square kilometers and 5 million inhabitants. The water resource in this region is almost entirely dependent on River. The River is one of the two largest running through the world's most arid regions, the Karakum in the west and the Kızılkum desert in the west. Today, I'd like to talk about the long history of the grandiose project of diverting the River to the Caspian Sea through the Karakum Desert, which became one cause of the desiccation of the Aral Sea. As is known, until the 1960s, the Aral Sea was the fourth largest sea in the world, with a water surface of 68,000 cubic kilometers. In 2010, this had diminished to less than 1/10 of the original scale. The rapid desiccation of the sea severely damaged local society. declining product, spread of gastrointestinal diseases, excessive heat in summer, it's cold in winter, and decaying fishing. So the rapid desiccation of the RRC was regarded one of the large-scale ecological destruction in the world. Therefore, many researchers have focused on the issue. Large-scale irrigation projects to expand the cotton fields initiated by the Soviet government in the RRC basin in the 20th century were considered the main reason for its desiccation. Although the physical reasons for the desiccation of the RR were revealed, why human beings promoted these phenomena remains unclear. My talk today is a short review of my research on the 500 years history of the diversion project of the Amur River to the Caspian Sea through the Karakum Desert. The idea of this project pointed to the preferred expansion of irrigated lands west of the Amur instead of east of the Amur. The original idea of the diversion project of the Amur River to the Caspian Sea was based on the notion that the Amur River had been artificially diverted by the hands of Hiba from its original course, which was thought to have run into the Caspian Sea since the early 18th century. This idea seemed to have originated from Anthony Jenkinson, who worked as a representative of the British Moscow Company in Moscow, and was given permission by Ivan IV of Moscow to travel through Central Asia in the 1550s to cultivate the inland trade route to India, between Russia and India. In the beginning of the 18th century, in order to search for the possibility to open the trade route between Russia and India through the Caspian Sea and alleged the old riverbed of the Amur River, Pyotr the First of Russia organized a military expedition to the eastern shore of Caspian Sea and Khorazm region, the hamlet of Khiva, from 1714. The main aims were to map the Caspian Sea coast and old riverbed or alleged old riverbed of the Amur and explore the gold mine attributed to the lower basin of the Amur River. These expeditions ultimately failed when the Russian army was slaughtered in the middle of the Khorazm oasis by the Han of Khiva in 1717. But this failed military expedition through even the expedition itself was failed. The notion of the diversion project of the Amur River into the Caspian Sea still existed in the mind of administrators or imperial families of Russian Empire. The full-fledged military conquest of Central Asia by the Russian army occurred in the 1860s and 1880s, 1.5 century later from the military expedition. And during this time, Central Asia became part of the Russian Empire, and the colonial rule started. Among the irrigation projects in the Amur River Basin under the Imperial Russian rule from the 1860s through the 1910s, we can see three common factors. The first was an importance attributed to the Loudoun Canal for the realization of the diversion project. The Russian irrigators, imperial prince, colonial administrators, and entrepreneurs from St. Petersburg tried to start their irrigation constructions at the head of the Loudoun Canal. In reality, the irrigation works there were heavily influenced by the change of the course of the Amur River and without a preliminary survey of the flow of the Amur River itself. Therefore, all of the irrigation works resulted in failure. The second was a living legacy of Piotr first diversion project of the Amur to the Caspian Sea to justify the irrigation expansion of the eastern bank of the river, not of the western bank, but irrigation expansion of the western bank, not of the eastern bank of the river. So one of the imperial family members came to Hiba and showed the hand of Hiba when requesting him to cooperate in destroying several dams over Lausanne Canal in order to promote the diversion project. So he showed portrait and he forced to destroy the dams along the Lausanne Canal. And also in 1912, Agriculture Minister Alexander Vasilievich Krivoshein of the Russian Empire admitted the necessity of realizing Pyotr's dream of diversion as a continuation of the government irrigation development project in Central Asia in the 1910s. The third and final was the weakness of the voices for the development of irrigation and agriculture on the eastern bank of the Amur River. The head of the
Excuse me, 2 minutes.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes.
And the in the final phase of the colonial rule, even the administrator in the eastern bank of the Amur River insisted the possibility of the expansion of the eastern part of the Amur River that stated in the Kızılkum Desert. But these voices were neglected in the imperial era. And the Soviet period, the Soviet regime successfully overcame the obstacle of the irrigational development in the eastern bank, but still Russian irrigators and planners of the canal construction are still inclined to expand irrigation land in the western part of the Amur River. And for example, these were the major Turkmen canal construction. This notion caused the construction of the Karakum Canal in the western part, and also main Turkmen canal construction also in the western part. So blue line showed the main Turkmen canal construction project, and red line showed Karakum canal construction project. So finally, the expansion of the irrigated land on the eastern western bank of the Amur River continued in the Soviet period and succeeded by the imperial period, and was deeply connected with the restoration of the Amur River's old riverbed. And consequently, the water flow into the Aral Sea decreased, and the water came into the Sarkamush Lake, and the Aral Sea desiccation started in the 1970s. So we learned from 500 history of the diversion project of the river. We can learn how sustainability in water use fell in crisis, and how impedes the sustainable development in agriculture, especially in the eastern bank of eastern part of the Amur River basin. So we need to collect more information on that project, and also reconstruct more precise process of the diversion project in the recent 500 years. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Akufo-Misioya. And let us check if Mrs. Medeo Aygirim from Alfa Arabi Kazakh National University is online, available. Asadbek.
Hello. Hello, dear guests. Okay. Let me upload my conference. Let me check where is my presentation. Sorry, 1 minute. I have some problems with loading of presentation.
You can share your presentation by pushing the bottom demonstration of the screen. It's down. It's on the down.
Yeah. Let me check. Unfortunately, I couldn't find.
Okay, let me help. Can I help?
I'm sorry. May I start? Okay.
Getting to it help.
Uh,
Can I share my icon? The audience?
Unfortunately, I have some problems with loading of the presentation. May I start without?
Aygirim, do you see the button which says демонстрация экрана?
Yeah,
At the bottom.
yeah, I
Can you
see.
push it?
Yeah.
What do you see when you push it? Then you can browse and find your own file. Once you push it, it should show you your PC. If it doesn't work, okay. Okay, yeah, it's coming.
And should I
No,
open right now my
we
presentation?
can see your email box now. I think that's not a good idea. You should open your file. You should open your PPT file for you.
Yeah, I opened my file right now.
Okay.
You can double click on this sketch. Try to double click, maybe it will download and we will see it. We can see in the body of your message, icon of your presentation.
Where is выключить, остановить чат?
Надо, наверное, вернуться на рабочий стол или на документ, где вы сохранили последнюю версию.
Я вот открыла презентацию, но почему-то она не отображается.
Can you close your email box now so that we don't see it? And then, we just start without PPT file. You can just talk about your presentation without using your PPT file. I think that would be a better idea. What do you think? Yeah, just close this screen. Okay. So now you can just describe your research without using PPT file, okay?
Okay. First of all, I would like to say my special thanks for organizing of the conference, organizers of the conference, and the Professor Dadabayev for invitation. And I would like to start my presentation with the with the thing that water is a core of sustainable development and is critical for socio-economic development, healthy ecosystems, for human survival itself. Water also is at the heart of adaptation to climate change, serving as a crucial link between the climate system, human society, and the environment. And according to the president's message of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev at the 1st September 2023, the issue of water availability and quality remains an urgent problem for Kazakhstan. Taking into account the trend of population and economic growth by 2040, the water deficit in Kazakhstan may reach 12 or 50 billion cubic meters. Due to the limited water resource, the uneven distribution, significant variability in time, and the high level of water pollution, the water supply issue is more than urgent for Kazakhstan. As our country largely depends on the transboundary water, particularly out of 8 river basins, 7 are transboundary. Currently, the two main problematic topics between Kazakhstan and China are the rational and fair water sharing and prevention of water pollution in the transboundary Irtysh and Ili river basins. The two most important transboundary basins, as I mentioned, Ili and Irtysh, are an integral part of China's hydropolitics aimed at industry and agriculture development in Xinjiang region. And out of 24 rivers that separate China and Kazakhstan along their long border, the Irtysh and Ili are the largest and most important, and both of these rivers originate in China. According to the second stage of the Great Development of Western China until 2030, the priority is given to modernization of the industry, which will require additional increase of water intake from the transboundary rivers. And as a result of the fact that 70% of the Irtysh formed in China, Kazakhstan initially is less in favorable position. The main reason for the ineffectiveness of official negotiation to ensure more equitable distribution of water is a power asymmetry between the two countries. China's hydro hegemony is enshrined in the regional agreement, which include items requiring neither side to limit the other side's rational water use and protection. Thus, credibility of any decisions largely depends on the context of China's transboundary water policy. In addition, China's size, population, and economy and military power put it in extremely advantageous position when it comes to managing water resources of transboundary rivers. Currently, the Chinese side for ensuring its oil and cotton production development in Xinjiang region transfers about 800 million cubic meter of water from this transboundary river, I mean Irtysh. And however, there are a lot of negative consequences in terms of ecology for Kazakhstan, particularly if China increases the water intake from Irtysh by at least by a half cubic meter. The existence of Lake Zaysan in the eastern part of Kazakhstan will be threatened at the whole at the ecological ecological balance of the region as a whole. The Irtysh River provides water to population and the economy sectors of Kazakhstan, not only within its basin, but also through the Satpaiv Canal, a huge territory of the central Kazakhstan, plus the capital of Kazakhstan, Astana, and other 3 major important cities like Karaganda, Semey, and Pavlodar. Nevertheless, it should be noted that a number of concluded bilateral agreements between China and Kazakhstan in the field of transboundary water demonstrate China's readiness for negotiations. The negotiation process between China and Kazakhstan started in 1998, and since that time, the agreement on the use and protection of water resources was signed in 2002, and in 2003, the Joint Commission on the use between the Joint Commission between the 2 countries was established. Seeing the first agreement, in 2001, several landmark agreements like agreement on the use and protection of water resources was signed. Particularly the issue of the issue that China avoids discussing this issue on water quality with its neighbors in South and Southeast Asia. However, agreement on water division of the Irtysh and Ili at this stage of development since 2012, and it will take a lot of efforts to sign this agreement on the water sharing in the Irtysh River basin between China and Kazakhstan. However, the geopolitical significance of Kazakhstan for China in terms of, for example, security, ensuring security in the Xinjiang, forces China to make some certain consensus on the issues on which it would not have sought a compromise earlier. A stable political environment around Xinjiang will contribute to economic growth and pacification of the region. And in addition, should not be forgotten that Kazakhstan acts as a supplier of hydrocarbon raw materials and a transit of gas from Turkmenistan to the People's Republic of China. And China's special attention to Kazakhstan also to Kazakhstan as a part of the Belt Road initiative is explained to attract Kazakhstan to the infrastructure and economy projects. Since its official
1 more minute.
Yeah. To conclude, I would like to say that the Belt Road Initiative forms Belt Road Initiative in which Kazakhstan plays role like as a vehicle in the belt, with the dry port of the Khargos and the border of China, opening up trade routes from China eastern seaboard into Europe. However, analysis of the official bilateral declaration released by both countries in the official launch demonstrate that political and economic impacts of the BRI, suggesting that they have been impact on transboundary water management. This is due to the increased formalization of transboundary relation and subordination of the water issue to other areas perceived to be of greater importance in terms of Sino-Kazakh cooperation. Within the agreements between Kazakhstan and China, in the framework of the Belt Road Initiative, priority is not given to the transboundary water issue primarily, instead of another such areas such as security, the energy trade, developing transport, and agricultural sectors. So to conclude, the transboundary water cooperation between China and Kazakhstan in the Irtysh River basin is the main priority direction of Kazakhstan water policy. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. So probably this will be it for presentation. We don't have any more panelists to speak. So if you have any questions, we have some time for discussion, please. Online questions? Online participants? No, nobody. Then let me finalize the third panel work, and we now can probably have a break. It's a coffee break for 10-15 minutes. Please don't be late.
Panel will be dedicated to education and sustainable development. So my name is Nigora Jalilova, as you already know, and I'm from University of Tsukuba, and I'm delighted to invite Dr. Eldon Elmorodov from Nagoya University. Dr. Elmorodov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jalilova, for giving the floor to me. And I am Eldon Elmorodov from the Nagoya University office in Tashkent. So, yes, I would like to begin my presentation from the feedback, the comment, the previous reports and presentations. As you mentioned about the integration, I mean about the whole Central Asian issues, I would like to note that one of the most important components of integration, or I mean for the processes in Central Asia, is the education sector. So a few days ago, I visited Bishkek and Termez and Bukhara. So I noticed one thing, that when I visited Bishkek, so many Uzbek faces were there, students, young students who came to Bishkek to study in some international university branch. And when I visited Termez, so I saw many Afghan faces who are studying in Termez. And when I visited Bukhara, I saw 20, 30, even 50 Indian community guys who came there to study. So which means that education component is one of the important part of this integration, or I mean the global integration in each area. So now I am doing my research in education policy in Uzbekistan, and today I would like to share some of my thoughts and research findings about the transformation of higher education policy in Uzbekistan through the prism of internationalization. And I would like to touch some reality and some challenges on Uzbekistan. So drastic and rapid changes in education policy in Uzbekistan have been occurring over the past years, and especially in the higher education sector. The government is trying to provide the higher education system with three fundamental components for transformation. So this is a strong political will. So I mean, we have the assistance and readiness of the government. So second is the funding. So government allocations, budget allocations, and we are also directing international funds, organizations, ODAs to international, to the internationalization of the education. And of course, a regulatory framework. So we are acting, ensuring the laws, presidential decrees, resolutions, and strategies. So all these measures and rapid reforms target the acceleration of internationalization process of higher education in Uzbekistan. In the case of Uzbekistan, the transformation of higher education or post-secondary education had begun immediately after the collapse of Soviet regime. We know it in 1991. And I can argue that the transformation of higher education in Uzbekistan in early 1990s, in other words, liberating its educational system from the Soviet ideology, was one of the target of the country for successful nation building agenda. And thus, firstly, in 1992, Uzbekistan adopted the first law on education, and after prompt investigation of some foreign countries' experience and models, after 5 years, in August 1997, the new version of law on education was adopted with contemporary approach and principles. At the same time, in August 1997, the National Program of Personal Training was approved by government and as a supplementary legal document. So, of course, until 2016, the main component or the main part of the internationalization of Uzbek education was a student exchange program. So the UMID Foundation and other like JICA projects or other ODA projects were directed to promotion of international student exchange programs from Uzbekistan. Even the Tsukuba University, Nagoya University, and other Japanese universities were allocating or sparing grants for Uzbek students. And of course, some student exchange programs cannot always be guaranteed the brain gain for their home countries, but in some ways they may lead to brain drain issues. And this is one of the argument of many Uzbek organizations, education-related organizations, and that's why the trend or the tendency began to open the branches of international or foreign universities in Uzbekistan. So I would like to note that from 1991 and until 2016, 7 branches of foreign universities were established in Uzbekistan. However, the process of opening branches of foreign universities at that time was almost impossible without a strong political decision. So now I would like to pay attention to the second shift, the second phase of our internationalization of higher education in Uzbekistan. So the political shift in Uzbekistan in 2016 triggered the second phase of higher education sector's transformation, so which we can call it dynamic reform era. Government began to close the deal with the education sector in order to reach its political, socio-economic, scientific, technological, innovational, and other strategic goals. Since 2016, about 20 regulatory documents were adopted in higher education sector. Of course, moreover, responsible organizations were limited both in resources, knowledge, experience, and human capital in order to follow those transformations or changes. New players and the decision makers came out in higher education system with variety of tasks, goals, and criteria. During 5 years, 22 branches of foreign universities and more than 30 non-state higher education institutions were established, and the total number of higher education institutions now reached more than 200 in Uzbekistan. So, of course, new organizations such as Quality Assurance Agency or other organizations, new institutions, players came to the educational sector in Uzbekistan. Government launched a new approach to internationalize the higher education system, for instance, by introducing credit model system, fostering joint and double degree programs, raising the ranking of Uzbek universities at the international level, and etc. At the end of 2021, 2 presidential decrees were adopted in order to grant financial, academic, and organizational management of autonomy to 35 leading national higher education institutions of Uzbekistan. So, and of course, successful experience of many foreign countries in modernization of higher education system demonstrates that shaping and implementing policy for transformation of higher education at university, institutional level, is comparatively achievable. The bottom-up approach is comparatively achievable. Unarguably, the state policy must identify the priorities of the reforms. However, each higher education institution must sketch its own mechanism or strategy to reach those tasks and implement by itself, considering the existing capacity and resources. Here, I would like to note my proposal of research findings, which I drafted through my personal experience in Nagoya University office while cooperating with Uzbek higher education institutions. The first is government's, of course, vital focus is to increase the percentage of the higher education coverage, which increased from 9% up to more than 30% in 5 years. Of course, we are establishing new universities and we are increasing the coverage of higher education in Uzbekistan. But there is a big challenge. What about the quality assurance in higher education? So it's critically important to assure the quality of education while increasing the coverage of higher education. And second is, in Uzbekistan's case, the government and higher education institutions must take into consideration that the international dimension of higher education, global standards and criteria are getting more confusing. In this regard, it's more practical to use the bottom-up approach for transformation of higher education system, being mindful that the real conditions, capacity, existing resources of the universities of Uzbekistan. When I speak about the bottom-up, I mean the universities. I mean the most level, the bottom level must understand the core of the reforms. So because I analyzed the double degree programs in Uzbekistan, and just in 2011, 390 double degree programs were implemented in Uzbekistan. But in reality, only 7 of them are working normally, which means the top government is giving the aim, the political will of the for universities, but the capacity of the university could not match the task. So that's why the quality of the cooperation is very important. And when I talk about the bottom-up approach, this also can assure the sustainable cooperation of the universities. In many Uzbek universities, of course, the higher administration can sketch the cooperation, the tasks, and they can put the the target for cooperation. But this task cannot be cannot be completed because of the bottom-up, strong bottom-up approach. So I propose that we have to, even with Japanese universities, we have to foster the professor-to-professor cooperation, because this is only way to ensure the sustainable cooperation in higher education sector. And finally, in the reformation process, the balance of political institutions in higher education sector must be carefully considered. I could argue that in Uzbekistan, the participation of political institutions in higher education sector is unbalanced. So I think I propose that the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation must take more authority and at the same time more responsibility for these programs. For example, not the cabinet of ministers or not the administration of the minister, but the proper institution, I mean the political organization or the top organization could take the appropriate or proper responsibility for state policy on higher education and for the results also. So I think this is a very important distinguishing feature of our Uzbek higher education policy. So that's why as one of the following result of our today's, for example, this kind of conference or seminars or even other events, I think the bottom-up approach, so I mean the student, professor to professor, or I mean researcher to researcher, cooperation should be acknowledged and fostered for further sustainable cooperation in higher education systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elmurodov. And I would like to invite Professor Shahid Jamil from Oxford Center of Islamic Studies. Please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished scholars from Uzbekistan, Japan, and elsewhere, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. His Excellency Senator Safoyev very kindly asked me to speak at this conference while I was on a personal family vacation in Uzbekistan. I'm grateful for this honor, but I hope you will excuse me for not being very prepared and just tell you stories. I will initially touch on this whole idea of education and knowledge, particularly the value that Islam places on these, and then tell you a little bit about the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies, where I currently work. So let me start with my first story. It's about my grandfather, who was a scholar of Arabic and Islamic studies in India. And he traveled to Tashkent in 1969. He was leading India's delegation to celebrate 100 years of the death of an Indian poet who had Uzbek origins. His name was Mirza Asadullah Beg, popularly known as Mirza Ghalib. Some people also call him Shakespeare of the East. As a 12-year-old boy, I was fascinated by the beautiful buildings, especially the blue domes that I saw in the photographs and the postcards that he brought back from his visit to Uzbekistan. This week, I visited many of those buildings, 54 years too late, but nevertheless. Something beyond the beautiful architecture that I saw made me sit up and wonder. Samarkand, if you see as a city, was a very important stop on the Silk Road, with the Registan Square being at the heart of the city. There are 3 buildings in the Registan Square. What are those? Are those palaces? Are those forts? No, they are madrasas. They are educational institutions, all built between early 15th to mid 17th century. But this theme is not just something that you see in Samarkand. It is repeated in Bukhara, it is repeated in Khiva, and it is repeated across important points on the Silk Road in the entire of Central Asia. And this is something that I, growing up in India, also saw in Delhi and as far west as Andalusia. The point I'm trying to get is that if you take all this, and if you also recall institutions like the Al-Azhar in Cairo, which was set up in 970 AD, and the University of Al-Qarawiyyin in Fez in Morocco, which was set up in 859 AD, you begin to see how Muslims, from the advent of Islam, valued education. And this is no surprise, because the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Prophet, peace be upon him, command Muslims to seek knowledge. The very first verse of the Holy Quran as revealed to the Prophet, command Muslims to seek knowledge. Iqra bismi rabbika allazi khalaqa. Read in the name of your Lord. Say Bismillah and read. That's the translation. So the emphasis on read, on seeking knowledge, is there at the very root of Islam. While in Samarkand, I also saw the Ulugh Beg Observatory, which was built around 1422. The great astronomer, grandson of Amir Temur, and an enlightened king himself, Mirza Ulugh Beg had invited 60 mathematicians and astronomers from far and wide to build this observatory and this madrasa. His madrasa is one of those in Registan Square. What is amazing about this observatory is that it included the largest quadrant device, which was so carefully oriented, and the arc was scaled so accurately that astronomers 600 years ago could track the movement of stars, track the movement of the sun very, very accurately. Ulugh Beg and his astronomers 600 years ago came to within 1 minute of calculating the length of the year that modern astronomers have done with their fancy telescopes. 1 year is 365 days, 6 hours and 9 minutes. Ulugh Beg's astronomers were 365 days, 6 hours and 10 minutes. 1 minute away. But this is not unique. Ancient Indians, led by the mathematician and astronomer Aryabhat, came about 3 minutes within this number, within 3 minutes of the modern number for the year. I'm talking about 1700 years ago. Aryabhat's works were translated in Arabic at the Bait al-Hikmah, also called the House of Wisdom, in Baghdad during the golden age of Islamic science. His idea that the earth rotated on its axis was cited prominently by Muslim scientists like Al-Khwarizmi and Al-Biruni. Over 600 years later, the Italian astronomer Galileo used the works of Aryabhat, Khwarizmi, and Al-Biruni to propose that the earth revolves around the sun, and it's not that the sun revolves around the earth. That prevailing view of heliocentrism had placed Earth at the center of the universe, which we today know not to be true, and which Galileo proved wrong. So why am I telling you all this? And that is my second point, that knowledge, particularly in science, is not absolute. It evolves in time till we have better tools and more evidence. Only the process of seeking that knowledge must be rigorous. And this is what we learn from men who have done this across ages, all the way from Aryabhat to Ulugh Beg, Ibn Sina, Al-Biruni, all the way to modern day Einstein. So knowledge. Sorry, thank you. Let me come to the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies very briefly. This center was founded in 1985 as an independent institution for the advanced study of Islam and the Muslim world. In 1993, His Royal Highness, the former Prince of Wales, became its patron, and it is a registered educational charity which was granted the Royal Charter in 2012.
Professor
by Her Majesty
Jamila, you have 2
Queen
minutes.
Elizabeth.
Excuse me, 2 more minutes, please.
This center is dedicated to multidisciplinary studies of all aspects of Islamic culture and civilization and Muslim societies. Over the years, many students and senior academics have visited the center, including from Uzbekistan. And the center's links to Uzbekistan go back about 30 years. Importantly, the rector of this university, Senator Safoyev, is currently a member of our International Academic Advisory Committee. The center has 2 visiting fellowships, the Al-Biruni, the Imam Bukhari Fellowship and the Imam Tirmizi Fellowship for scholars from Asia and Africa. The center's building also has rooms called the Samarkand Room and the Bukhara Room to celebrate the great learning traditions of these cities. Several scholars from Uzbekistan have been in residence at the center, including the present directors of the Imam Bukhari Center and the Imam Tirmizi Center here in Uzbekistan. They're both center alumni. We would like to further strengthen our links to Uzbekistan in our research focus areas, which include Islamic history, Islamic belief and values, economics and human development, Islamic finance, and a new program on science and technology in Muslim societies, which I currently lead. Another area of cooperation can be Islamic heritage, which I've seen so much this week. So let me end by thanking all of you again, thanking His Excellency Senator Safoyev, Dr. Akram Umarov for inviting me, and all of you for your patience. If I can be of any assistance, do let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your speech. And the next, I would like to invite Dr. Ulubek Azizov from the University of World Languages. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Could you please display my presentation? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let me start my presentation. This is article we already submitted, so co-authored with Dr. Dadabayev. So it is called Uzbekistan Strategic Maneuvering in the International Scientific Landscape. So this is partly was motivated by my work also as an rector of the World Languages University, so within 2 years. Okay, so the background of this motivation lies in my analysis and our analysis with Dr. Dadabayev of the post-2016 period of Uzbekistan's role in education. So there, the government of Uzbekistan task was to promote international image of Uzbekistan in various sectors such as economy, education, and research. So our focus is on education and research. As a researcher on the one hand, and as a bureaucrat at that time on the other hand, I struggled with how to push our university rankings here in Times Higher Education or QS. Yes, this was a task. So we struggled much on the one hand. On the other hand, as a researcher, I said this is not possible within 1 or 2 years. Yeah, and we had a very great document, the development concept of higher education system by 2013, as you know. Here, there is a task set by the government of Uzbekistan. So for 10 universities to be in the higher in these world rankings. So we, with Professor Dadabayev, tried to answer whether this is possible or not, yeah, with one practice And here we have lots of, by the government of Uzbekistan, we have also diplomatic practices. I mean, by diplomats, they're trying to help us to find the proper universities in foreign countries who are already, you know, in higher rankings, yes, world high rankings, and we try to cooperate with them so that we get some, you know, positive experience of these universities, so that we also be like them. So we analyzed a lot of diplomatic practices. We analyzed how universities acted, whether this is possible or not. So the question was, okay. Before we analyzed also some scholarly works on such task. So what others say, the purpose of such state practices, as I already explained it, that those practices which try to push universities to be in world rankings. So one group of scholars say these practices are to promote their own interests and achieve specific policy goals. Other groups of authors say to attract international students and faculty to improve their research performance and enhance their global reputation. The others say international rankings can be useful for benchmarking and improving qualities. They can also be misused for purpose of competition, prestige, and commercial gain. So we neither agreed with these professors and with these scholars, and we went further, tried to understand whether this is possible or what other goals, you know, universities or government pursue. We rather try to analyze. So the purpose of this article is to attempt to understand the possibilities of achieving, whether this is possible to achieve high university positions within world rankings in QS, time higher education, as a result of attempt undertaken by the government of Uzbekistan and Uzbek educational institutions, which I was a part within 3 years as a rector. So we problematized of the topic, saying while the government's intentions are well-intentioned to achieve, yes, this is, well-intentioned, no one doubts about it, yes, to achieve higher education, and everyone wants, I wanted as a rector, we want as a scholars that Uzbek universities should be in these higher ranking positions. So it's not possible, but we are problematizing, so saying that, hypothesizing that it is not possible to easily correct or improve educational and academic performances through a single state-centric foreign policy of ranking initiatives or narratives. So to say so, what theory we are using? We are using Luhmann's functional differentiation theory. So Luhmann was a sociologist, German sociologist, who proposed a very great idea of how modern societies function. So Luhmann divided society, I mean, he described the society as a system, self-organized, self-functioning subsystems. So he divided into several subsystems, like the policy, the science, etc., etc. So he says that the science is a functionally self-organized subsystem. So it says the science has its own logic of functioning. It's not a person. It's not a state can, with some orders or acts just, fix or do something. So Luhmann says the science is a functionally self-organized subsystem, and what drives the science is a logic of true and false. So what is mean is the production of knowledge based on the verification of new theories that falsifies other theories communicated via publication. So he says, in particular, that science has its own logic of communication or has its own logic of functioning. So every scholar try to falsify or verify his idea through publications. And it is not some state-centric acts that decide whether which publication should be published or which theory should be theorized, falsified, or verified. It is a system itself, so self-organized system itself, system of science itself decides. So you see, it's connected with the high-ranking positions. So high-ranking positions is if you look into Times Higher Education and other rankings, there are metrics that refers to these publications. So you see, the publication is not the act of that someone orders and someone publishes. It's the system itself decides whether to publish or not. So the government policy is driven by the logic. So we have, on the other hand, the government's, so the policy itself as a subsystem that Luhmann also talks about, that he divides. So he separates policy as a politics from the science. So the government policy is driven by the logic of domination and opposition. So on the other hand, we have geopolitics, balancing, bandwagoning, regime, security, inclusion, exclusion, context. So these are the logics that drive policy, and it's not the science or the policy as a subsystem can impose its own logic on the science. So you see, they have different logics of functioning which drive the system itself. So based on this theorization, we try to understand what are those identities that the science as a subsystem produces. So the science interprets cross-border interactions in the form of publications, citations, Hiroshi index, QS matrix, etc., etc. So science has its own logic. And if you look at these citation indexes, QS matrix, it is not the politics as a subsystem can impose its or can drive this matrix or its these logics. So it is only science itself decides. Following the self-referential communicative logic in science, the science produces and reproduces states' conceptual boundaries. If politics draw conceptual boundaries based on Central Asia and other, the science draws conceptual boundaries which are less and less about distinction between territorial units and regional constituents. Central Asia and its external others. This is a logic of politics that imposes such boundaries, but not the science, and more about the functional division between science and other subsystems. So the science itself produces its own identities. So identity construction within science hence relies neither on the need for the denial and suppression of the other, Uzbekistan and an external other, nor on the conscious selection of behavior based on a particular norm, Turkic-speaking nation and the other. No, identity construction in the science is determined functionally, like top 1000 versus other determined based on true-false logic. In this regard, the construction of Uzbekistan's international image in global education occurs in terms of this global scientific functional borderland rather than Uzbekistan's branding, foreign policy, or diplomacy.
Dr. Aziz,
Thank you very much.
Oh, great. Thank you for your presentation and being on time. And now I would like to invite Professor Yamamoto Yukiko, my colleague from the University of Tsukuba. Please, Yamamoto Sensei, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Could you please put the slide, please? Thank you very much. So my name is Yukiko Yamamoto from the University of Tsukuba. And so this is the education panel. So I like to talk about the little bit more practical part of the education, teaching the SDGs in higher education institution. This is today's outline. And as you probably already know very well, that the SDG is an international governmental developmental goal. Sorry. And it has 17 goals and trying to achieve by 2030. And okay, so it has by in 2015, these 70 goals are declared by the world leaders, and the key differences between SDGs and the previous goal in MDG is that first, it is both for developing and developed country, and second, these 17 goals are interrelated each other. So why the SDGs in higher education? The SDGs and higher education institutions have a mutual, benefit. They are, here is why higher education needs SDGs. SDGs provide demand for SDG-related education and also provide definition of responsible and globally aware of this institution. SDGs let the higher education demonstrate its impact. Also, it provides opportunity to access funding. SDGs let the higher education build a new external and internal partnership. Meanwhile, SDGs also need cooperation from the university. Through the research and innovation, higher education can provide the knowledge and solution to the SDGs. By teaching and learning, higher education can create the current and the future implementers. And then number three, higher education can demonstrate the examples of the implementation of the SDGs. And number four, developing a cross-sectional leadership, so that, for example, with the governmental sector or private sectors. So SDGs and higher education has a mutual benefit. But in other words, this right side of the part is the contribution of the higher education to the SDGs, especially first two are the very unique, the only higher education can play roles. Okay. So how do we teach SDGs in higher education? There's a term called ESD, and then and UNESCO says that the ESD is empower learners with knowledge, skills, values, and attitude to take informed decision to make responsibility actions. So doesn't work well. So teaching and learning SDG in higher education is the has two roles to play. So first one is that the SDG teaching and learning general knowledge of SDGs. So SDG goal 4 considered education and then promoting equality of education to all and all at all levels. So its seventh target specifically stated that that didn't work. Oh, okay, yeah. Did you do that? Okay, so by at 2030, ensure that all the learner acquired knowledge and skill needed to promote the sustainable development. So teaching and learning about SDG themselves is the part of the action to achieve the SDGs goal. The second is that to teach the competency needed for the SDGs achievement. And then this research shows that there are 5 competency that we need to teach to achieve the SDGs. First one is a systematic thinking, which is ability to analyze complex system across different domains at the all level. The second one is anticipatory, which is the ability and craft a picture of the future. Number 3 is a normative, which is ability to negotiate sustainability values and principles. Number 4 is a strategic. This is the ability to design and implement the interventions. And number 5 is interpersonal. This is the ability to motivate and enable and facilitate collaborative and participatory sustainability initiatives. So how can we effectively teach those knowledges and skills? The student-centered learning is known as effective and highly recommended to teach ESDs. Especially the real world learning is effective. So this can be practiced in both inside and outside of the classroom. For example, the in-class lessons, by identifying and evaluating real-world problem, the student can conduct the stakeholder analysis. For the educational activity outside of the classroom, work-related learning or real-life experience can enhance the understanding of the sustainability. For example, the field trips can express the student and the reality, and which would be enhance the critical reflection. Now, I would like to share a few examples how we integrated in the SDGs at the University of Tsukuba to teach the SDGs. So the University of Tsukuba has been making an institutional effort to contribute to the SDGs at the various levels. For example, the center, programs, and the courses. So first, in 2022, university established a center called the Organization for Designing the Future, which promote the disseminate the various knowledge and achievement of the university. And as you can see that the center published web articles and then they highlight how certain project, research, and event are contributing to the SDGs goals. As for the center, let's take a look at the example from the Nippon Foundation's Central Asian Japan Human Resource Development Project, aka NIPCA project. So since 2019, Nippon Foundation and the University of Tsukuba and JACAFA are working on a joint project aiming to develop the skills professional and who can contribute to achieve the SDGs in the Central Asian region. And this is a good example of the great partnership, collaboration among a funding agency and educational institution and regional NGOs using the theme of this SDGs. And so this project is specifically for the Central Asian countries and providing fellowship for master degrees program at the University of Tsukuba. So once candidates are accepted the NIPCA fellow, they are required to take several courses related to the SDGs. So I will like to introduce educational courses offered at the UT for the NIPCA fellows. By the way, we have next to NIPCA fellows today in the room, and then so they will be taking some of the courses here. So the first example, this is one of the examples, it's called Special Topics in Central Asian Studies. And these courses are offered in the flipped learning system, means that the content of is introduced to the student outside of the classroom and often the self-study. So class time is used for interactive activities such as discussion or the group work. So one SDGs goals are assigned to each week. Because it takes that the flipped learning approach, there are several assignments before and after the class. Through the weekly readings, students pre-study the content. And typically 3 types of readings are assigned. The SDGs report published by the United Nations, research study or report for particular goals, or the case studies. Then students create the debatable discussion questions based on the reading. And in addition, each student choose one goal to lecture during the class. And also each student choose one country to monitor and report the SDG progress. During the class, the student-centered approach are taken. So student will engage in discussion, presentation, and group work. And after that, the short reflection writing is assigned as well. And the final report or summarize the learning. The most important part is this educational activity is providing attentive feedbacks. It provides chances to students to provide alternative thought and provoke the important question. So those educational activity meant to enhance student competency of the SDGs. So,
Professor Yamamoto, you have
yes.
1 minute.
Okay, so I wanted to share some of their example, but I'll skip that as if anyone is interested in, I'll happy to discuss how we teach. And this is the general flow of the class. And I just wanted to make one comment, the importance of the reflection. The research says that attentive feedback is really important because it provides clarification and understanding, and also it provides a guideline how important their work, and then it also acknowledgement their work and bring the motivation to the conference, and then also opportunity to address individual strengths and weakness. I like to provide outside of class course. This is Japanese Corporation Internship 1 is a pre-seminar plus 4 days of intensive class, and we visit the Niseko area, which is one of the SDG feature city. This opportunity provide the chance to hear the different effort from the stakeholders. And then this, the visit was actually featured at the local newspapers, so that it's also in disseminate information about our activity as well. Another seminar is called SDG Seminar 1. This is also pre-seminar plus 4 days intensive field course. And we visit the Ishigaki Island in the Okinawa. And then this is very much interesting courses for, especially from the student from the Central Asian country, because this course is focusing on more in the environment and the culture, but they are islands, so we focus on a lot of the ocean related the SDGs. And then the first picture is the beach cleaning they are doing, and then after this the course, the student are really get the impact. And then when we did the desktop study, they all said that this field trip made a huge differences, because many of the people in the Central Asian country doesn't have a clue about what is the issue in SDGs and related to the ocean. And this was also made it to the local newspaper when we visited to the high school, and then this high school student presented the different SDGs theme, and then this particular one is the LGBTQ issues. And then actually a lot of our student was very impressed that because of the high school level can present such a content. So I'll be finishing up. We have another type of the courses related to the SDGs as well. But in addition to that, we also provide the SDGs lectures in the local high school as well. And then this has a different kind of the contribution. We can practice the ECC, and also, we can strengthen the partnership with the educational project. So to conclude that, we have some challenges, but in addition to those are some recommendations that we found. So first, know your student. You should put a lot of effort who they are and what their expectation, and what, especially the reflection piece will give you a lot of the background about student, and include the student with a diverse background, so that it it automatically brings a different perspective. And the number 3, provide hands-on experience. Number 4, pose interesting, meaningful questions so that you can activate the students' critical thinking, and select different types of teaching materials, not only the journal article. You can provide different kind of materials, including videos and case studies. Number 4, provide a constructive, attentive feedback. This is very challenging for the instructors because it's it requires a lot of energy and time, but this is the only the work that not AI, but this professor can provide that. So I think that professors should really invest that time as an educational activity. And finally, we should develop the assessment system, not only the result or knowledge of SDGs, but also they try to find the competencies or progress of their competency, how they are improving during the course of the teaching. Okay, thank you very much for your time, and this is my
Professor Yamamoto, thank you very much for your presentation. And now I would like to invite the last presenter in this panel, Dr. Hiro Iwazaki, co-director of UJC.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and thank you for having me in this conference. My name is Hiro Iwazaki. Yes, thank you very much for having me, and then thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Hiro Iwazaki. I'm the co-director of Uzbekistan Japan Center. So let me please start from presenting what UJC has been doing in Uzbekistan with my presentation. This doesn't work. So, okay. Could you go to the next slide?
Yep. No, it's working.
Okay.
So basically this one.
Okay. So UJC primarily provides business education in Uzbekistan for the development of the private sector and entrepreneurship, along with the Japanese language education and cultural exchange between Uzbekistan and Japan. It was established with the presidential decree in 2001 as a nonprofit organization in Tashkent, and Bukhara branch of UJC was established in 2008. So we celebrated 20th anniversary of UJC and 15th anniversary of Bukhara branch last year in 2022. So we have a long presence in Uzbekistan and supporting the country to build the private sector and entrepreneurship. We operate as a joint project between the Ministry of Investment, Industry and Trade of Uzbekistan and JICA. And since 2008, the Japan Foundation joined UJC as a partner to support our Japanese language and cultural exchange programs. As you can see in the map on the right side, Japan centers are actually widespread in 9 countries in Central Asia and Southeast Asia, and UJC is one of them. JICA continues to provide technical assistance to 7 Japan centers, except Ukraine and Kazakhstan. So those 2 countries are already graduated from JICA support. And among 7 Japan centers, we share experiences and good practices of supporting SMEs and entrepreneurs for the development of the private sector in respective countries. For our business education, the most well-known business course at UJC is the Professional Management Program, PMP, which we have offered since our establishment. The PMP covers fundamental topics in business administration in 4 months, similar to mini MBA, and offers courses such as marketing, financial management, production management, and others, which are taught by both Japanese and local lecturers. Now, PMP graduates reached more than 2,200 people, and those graduates are widely spread in the business and other communities in Uzbekistan. We also recently launched Keijuku program. Keijuku means a management school in English, and this is targeted at executives of SMEs, and it offers 5 months of extensive courses by Japanese lecturers. And after that, the participants have the opportunity to visit Japan for 2 weeks to observe Japanese business practices and network with Japanese companies. We have also other programs such as short-term specialized courses, which we offer usually for 1 week in different topics. And also we offer startup programs for young entrepreneurs. So in total, UJC welcomed more than 23,000 business course participants since its establishment in 2001. For Japanese language education, we have all levels of courses from elementary to advanced. And we also organize the Japanese language proficiency test at UJC twice a year. And in total, we supported more than 15,000 Japanese language learners at UJC. So this page simply shows the structure of our business courses. As you can see, PMP is our core business course, and now we are expanding our business courses to wider range of audiences, such as young entrepreneurs, executives of SMEs, and managers of companies in Uzbekistan. We also try to expand our education in the regions of Uzbekistan, especially in Bukhara, where we have our branch office to serve growing and changing demand of the business in Uzbekistan as the country grows. In the next page, these are the major Uzbek companies that are established by our PMP alumni. I think you might recognize some of the companies, maybe such as Safia Bakeries, My Taxi, Rat Building, and others. I think those companies have contributed to the economy of Uzbekistan, and especially for job creation. So this is the last page of my presentation, but UJC now have a new strategy, which we call it Japan Center 2.0. In this strategy, we take stock of our 20 years of experience in Uzbekistan, and UJC aims to become a platform to connect various stakeholders of Uzbekistan and Japan for the linkages between governments, private sector organizations, and academia to strengthen the ties between the two countries. For example, November 6th, UJC will host the Study in Japan Fair, inviting Japanese universities to Uzbekistan to introduce opportunities to study in Japan. The event was previously organized by Nagoya University in Tashkent in the previous years, but this year, UJC will succeed the organizing role in cooperation with Nagoya University and Tsukuba University. Currently, 8 Japanese universities already are committed to joining this Study in Japan Fair to come to Uzbekistan and explain their programs and opportunities to study in Japan. Let us please keep you posted on the latest information about this event for those who are interested. So, to conclude my presentation, UJC would like to continue to provide business and Japanese language education, which is needed for the economic development of Uzbekistan and the development of the private sector, as well as the linkages between Uzbekistan and Japan. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iwazaki. And now I would like to wrap up this session dedicated to education. And I would like to thank again all presenters in this session for the interesting presentation and speeches. And now we will have a coffee break for 10 minutes.
Jasu Soipov from the University of Tsukuba as the first presenter in this presentation. Okay. Microphone to US.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Soib Jasur. I work as a part-time researcher on the nuclear project at Tsukuba University in Japan. Today I will be giving a short presentation on the role of structured mediation actors and their effect on Uzbek trainees pre-departure and sojourn in Japan. The next 3 slides regarding history and development of TITP. the history of training programs goes back to the 1950s and 1960s. As an official development assistance, Japan began its transfer and knowledge and skills in order to assist developing countries by inviting people from recipient universities, research centers, hospitals, through the public organizations such as this is a JICA, we know, Association for Overseas Technical Scholarship, OIT, AOT, and the large businesses. Then in 1990, the Japanese government gave the SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, to permission to receive foreign trainees, even though if they didn't have foreign branches in developing countries. Then the government gets the SMEs to form special organizations to facilitate to the process. And then after that, in 1991, the government of Japan founded the Japan International Trainee and Skill Cooperation Organization, JITCO, to assist as supervising organization and SMEs in terms of documenting work, training, and certificate issuance. And then in 1993, the Ministry of Justice established a technical intern training program, which allows the trainee to continue working in Japan as a technical intern under the visa category of designated activities. And this new visa, this new resident status foreign workers were allowed to work in Japan for additional year. And this duration of stay in Japan also expanded once again in 1997. Because of a lot of criticism of TITP in 2010, the Japanese government reformed TITP by dividing the new resident status into two types. This is a technical intern training category 1 and technical intern training category 2. Additionally, in 2016, the government of Japan passes the act on the proper technical intern training in protection of technical intern trainees, which established principles for and clarified the responsibilities of Japanese governments, bodies, as well as those parties involved with the TITP implementations. Moreover, in 2017, the Ministry of Justice of Japan established the Organization for Technical Intern Training. This is a OTIT, to be responsible for accrediting, supervising organization, providing advice and support to TITP workers, and conducting research on TITP. In addition, in 2017, legislative reformation of TITP introduced a null category. This is a technical intern training category 3. Furthermore, in 2019, the government of Japan introduced a new theme for receiving foreign workers, so-called specified skilled workers. This is the next two slides about the comparison of TITP and specified skilled worker category 1 and 2. Because I have limited time, I'm planning to talk some key pointers. First of all, there is period of stay. There are 3 types of period of stay for TITP. A person who goes through TITP, this is technical intern training program, category 1, 2, 3, can have a total of 5 years. But while a person who goes through specified skilled worker category 1 can stay a total of 5 years, and the next specified skill category 2, he has no maximum period of stay, and required language, Japanese language skill is also different for TITP. This is SSW category 1 and 2. Among all trainees, only nursing requires Japanese language proficiency level 4. Trainees under SSW category 1 need to pass Japanese language examination. However, trainees under SSW category 2 don't need to pass Japanese language skills test. And also, moreover, while the trainees under TITP cannot transfer their jobs, except in the bankrupt case, foreign workers under SSW category 1 and 2 can change their jobs company within the same industry. From the table left side, you can see how the total number of foreign trainees in Japan changed from 2006 to 2017 and 2020. The total number of foreign trainees under visa category, it is under visa category of trainee and technical intern increased significantly. And in 2006, it was third place, but in 2020, it was second place. And the right side, from the table on the right side, you can see the countries with the largest number of foreign trainees between 2015 and 2020. Other than Chinese trainees, from all other countries increases significantly. For example, in the case of Vietnam, the total number of trainees increased by 263% and moved from second to first place. Because the number of trainees from Uzbekistan is so few, it falls under the other category. This slide is about the Uzbek trainees under TITP and SSW visa. The number of Uzbek trainees, if you see from the table, under TITP category 1 in 2017 only was 17, but in 2022 it was increased by 188. And the number of Uzbek trainees under TITP category 2, and it's also increased from 9 in 2018 to 42 in 2022. And however, the total number of Uzbek trainees under SSW was significantly smaller due to the TITP trainees to pass Japanese language. It is difficult to pass Japanese language and skill tests. This is a studies of TITP. It is like literature. Studies on TITP falls into the 4 groups below. The first group of studies criticize TITP. Most of the studies it is criticize TITP, but first group studies criticize TITP because it has not achieved its main objective, which is
2 minutes left.
Objective, it is transfer of knowledge and skills. Rather, it is used cheap labor with no skills training for the trainees. And in other literature gaps here, literatures about regarding TITP. Next slide about regarding TITP, from the reading articles regarding TITP, several literature gaps are found. First of all, most of articles on TITP are focused on the East Asian countries such as Vietnam, China, Indonesia, Philippines. And at the same time, it seems that there are big differences in the structures and the goals of trainees and the sending companies, which engage in recruiting trainees and sending them to Japan. And the second, most of the studies on TITP focus on the foreign trainees working and living conditions in Japan and TITP regulations. However, there are limited on studies structural mediation actors, both at home and in the host country. This is structural mediation actors are private and public stakeholders in both countries. And so most of the studies on TITP were done on TITP foreign working and living conditions in rural areas, such as, for example, Hokkaido. This is the Miyagi, Niigata prefectures. However, very few studies were conducted on TITP foreign workers in urban areas. This is Saitama, Tokyo, Chiba, Osaka, and the large number. Another, firstly, a large number of case studies are related to the agriculture and care sectors, which have only a small number of trainees. However, very limited case studies were conducted on trainees living in working conditions in construction and food manufacturing.
Presentation.
Okay, in machinery which have more trainees. It is conclude. Okay. Okay. From this point of earlier, I think that my research field can fill this gap from the point of view in another country, and also I want to research is the structure of public and private companies in Uzbekistan, their goals of doing this business and experience of Uzbek trainees. While pre-departure and while in in Japan, and their goals, the future goals of returning to the home country. In this, my research will focus on not only rural areas but also urban areas in order to further deeply understand comprehensively. This is how revision of the TITP and new SSW visa system effectively or positive or negative effect on Uzbek trainees working and living conditions and integration in Japanese society. Last, it is my data collection. I'm planning this. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to give you pressure. The second speaker is Professor Magnus Madsen, who is now in the UK, University of Sussex, who will be joining online. Microphone is yours, Professor Madsen.
Hello, hello. Can everyone hear me? Can you all hear me there?
Yeah, you are muted, Magnus, I think.
No.
Oh, now we can hear you.
I'll just share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, hopefully you can see a slide now. Are you able to see a slide?
No,
not yet. Oh.
Not yet.
Okay, let me try again. What about now? Better?
Yes, we can see now.
Okay. Well, thanks very much for this invitation. And I'm just going to talk very briefly. How long do I have, by the way, Akram? 10 minutes or?
Yes, 10 minutes.
Yes, 10 minutes.
I'll just talk very briefly then about some of my research on migration involving Afghans, in particular traders in Central Asia, but also more globally. And I want to try and relate it to the themes of sustainability and resilience that in relationship to which the conference is framed today. So I have, over the past sort of 15 years, been working with people from Afghanistan who are involved in the commodity trade. I've looked at the ways in which they've established various different trading routes both between different countries and Afghanistan, but also between those countries and Central Asia and the wider world. And the context in which I sort of did this research was obviously the backdrop and the focus of much studies of migration from Afghanistan to address and to look at flows of refugees and to a lesser degree migrant labor. And I was interested in telling a different story about Afghanistan's wider significance and the significance of people from Afghanistan to more complicated economic processes. Initially, the project sort of looked at various different scales, regional scales of Afghan trade, migration, and the networks with which this is connected. I began looking at the ways in which Afghans played an important role in moving commodities, obviously, and as you all know well, sitting in Tashkent, between South Asia and Central Asia. And so I was able to explore the role played by importers of fruit from Pakistan, for example, to Tajikistan and beyond there, from there to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and other contexts. But having looked at this sort of trans-regional trade and the involvement of Afghans to it between South and Central Asia, I then also became aware of the extent to which the networks that the traders moved goods along were far more complicated. And as this the map shows, Afghans were also involved in the export of Chinese commodities, not only to Afghanistan, but also often to the former Soviet republics in Central Asia, but also Russia, Ukraine, and also indeed to Western Europe and beyond. And Afghans living in those contexts had often worked and lived there since the 1980s, had established small businesses importing goods to cities such as St. Petersburg, as in the picture here, but also to Moscow, and then also to a wider range of smaller towns across the region. And by the time that I did field work, traders from Afghanistan played quite a substantial role in importing goods from China to the great container markets of the post-Soviet economies. Here is a picture of the sprawling 7-kilometer market in Odessa, Ukraine, a city in which about 3,000 Afghans conducted business until 2021, but even in the current contexts, continue to work and do business there. But what I also found was that this was not the only sort of geography of migration and trade in which Afghans were involved. Another group of people with whom I worked were involved in the trade between China, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia, in particular the city of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. And these traders had been involved in this type of business also for a long time, since the 1970s and 80s, if not before. They had initially left Afghanistan in the context of the Soviet invasion of the country in the late 1970s. And they'd initially sold Afghan-produced carpets, Afghan handmade carpets, but then had increasingly turned their activities to the more lucrative sale of machine-made carpets, initially made in that they sold were initially made in Turkey, but in later years made in China. And these people established also carpet-producing businesses in Turkey and established nodes for this type of trade in a wide variety of contexts. And so the sort of story that I was trying to, that I was able to tell really by looking at these different type of networks, was one in which Afghan traders and migration were agents to different forms of regional connection, to different economic avenues, and they connected parts of the world that other people and the other trading communities didn't. And they were able to do so against the backdrop, of course, of considerable instability in Afghanistan itself. And as I've noted, these were sort of activities that had evolved over several decades and had maintained their significance and influence in the context of successive changes in the situation in Afghanistan, but also, of course, in the contexts in which they worked, be it the different types of economy that emerged in post-Soviet settings after the early 1990s, to the changes in the nature of the economies of the Arabian Peninsula more recently, with the influence that those countries have placed on so-called nativization policies. And also, just to briefly mention, lots of people tend to assume that there's something particularly Islamic or Muslim about the nature of these trading networks, but they were also more complicated than that. They were not only made of different ethnic sort of representations within Afghanistan, but also Afghanistan's non-Muslim minorities, including here the pictures of Afghan Sikhs, played an integral role in the functioning of these networks. These pictures are taken by the Afghan Sikh community in London, that is, the activities of which are often revolve around the import of goods from China to the UK, but are also supported by members of that community who live in Moscow. So in other words, this was then overall a very complex community and set of networks that weren't helpfully thought in terms of the sort of existing literature on refugees. In terms then of how we think of this in relationship to sort of sustainability and resilience, I think there are sort of four key factors that help to explain how and why Afghans have been successful in maintaining and expanding these different types of business interests in the very difficult circumstances in which they've worked. And I'd say a key one of these is many of these traders, far from the sort of stereotype of Afghan traditionalism, emphasize the importance of flexibility and cultural as well as linguistic versatility to their work, speaking local languages and adapting to local environments are always important aspects of why they say they're successful in the different settings in which they work. Indeed, some of them refer to themselves and trade itself as a form of diplomacy and them as being diplomats. A second factor that might explain the resilience of these activities and these networks is the actual structure of the networks. And what I've tried to show in my work is how many of these networks have got based in multiple centers. So on the whole, they don't tend to place all sort of economic and familial and personnel resources into one center, but rather work outside, work between and across many, which means that if one center's affected by conflict or economic transformations, then work can continue elsewhere. And that also helps to explain why there's quite a lot of movement of these commercial personnel between different types of centers. A third factor that helps to explain these networks' resilience over time is the importance that those within them place on the exchange of knowledge across different contexts. So people who've got family and commercial interests across multiple centers are in a unique position to know what's going on in different contexts, to establish relationships with those people in those contexts, and to see where future possibilities, but also threats to their activities lie. And the fourth key factor, I think, that helps to explain this resilience is the emphasis that people across these networks place on establishing durable social institutions that then work to anchor traders and the wider communities of which they're part in particular settings. These might include the establishment and investment in markets and wholesale markets, which of course are not only economic spaces, but also ones in which information is pooled and shared and reputations for trustworthy commercial activity are developed. They might also be far more informal, such as in restaurants that act as an important space also for knowledge sharing, but also for building cohesion and within networks through the holding of events. And then finally, also religious and social institutions. These might be mosques that also play a role in the transmission of cultural and linguistic knowledge to generations brought up outside of Afghanistan, for example, linguistic markers of distinctiveness, and also social institutions that play a major role in facilitating, for example, the migration and movement of new members of the community and of new commercial personnel to the settings across which people move. So I think that this a brief presentation hopefully highlights some of the issues that we've been talking about today in terms of the resilience and sustainability of ground up forms of development within and beyond Central Asia in the current context. I think that gets me to 10 minutes, Akram, so I'll hand back over to the chair of the panel.
Thank you for your very punctual presentations. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Ulbek Khashanov from the University of World Economy and Diplomacy. Microphone is yours.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me to share my view on the very intriguing factor and element of not just Central Asian, but the global development process, where thorough analysis of migration can serve a certain indicator or instrument to understand the certain economic, political, or social development process in certain studied areas. So that's why migration can draw certain picture of the situation in certain regions. So we may see such drivers of migration if we speak about the Central Asian migration process, such as climatic driver, social, economic, educational, rural, technological drivers can play a certain driving role, impacting, influencing to the certain decreases and increases of the migration in different periods of the Central Asian or national development. Even if we speak and analyze certain discrepancies over the so-called special military operation in Ukraine, we may see that in the fall or even the summer and fall of last year, the migration to Russian Federation has fallen from Central Asia. But if we analyze the process of the migration started increasing beginning from the April this year. So it gives us certain pictures depending certain factors. And that is very important for us to understand and keep our, the keen eye to understand the different factors, different elements impacting, influencing to such very mattering process like migration. So once again, I consider climatic migration, industrial, technological, educational, social, rural for Central Asian case is very important and mattering for almost whole Central Asian nations. So In this context, migration has become one of the main economic resources of the region, in particular in case of Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan, whose migrants make up the majority of labor migrants still as a factor in Russian Federation. Central Asians also migrate to some parts of Europe and to China, with which, as in case of the Russian Federation, they have labor agreements. More and more residents of Central Asian countries are moving to countries such as Turkey, South Korea. And in that context, if we speak about the science and educational exchange as an element of migration, Japan plays a very positive role in that context, impacting and sharing Japanese experience to shape strong national educational system for all Central Asian countries. However, the main goal of the participants in the migration process in the region is not work, but also, as we mentioned, education. So educational migration, if we speak, involving young people carries potential benefits for individual Central Asian countries. And once again, Japan plays very positive role for whole Central Asian countries, sharing its experience to develop science and research and R&D for Central Asians. Another element, migration brings benefits to the region in the form of human capital and financial transfers systematically carried out by migrants to their families. So before the COVID or pandemic, such injections almost accounted for a half of GDP in Tajikistan. So 43% of GDP before pandemic was shaped over the transfers from Russia to Tajik economy. In case of Kyrgyzstan, 35% of GDP was shaped in Kyrgyzstan over such transfers to Kyrgyz economy, and almost 10% to Uzbek economy. Central Asia, for the first time since the recession of 1998, associated with the transition to the region to a market economy, faced an economic recession in 2020, as we know. So Central Asia, in Central Asian context, the issue of economically motivated migration has not lost their relevance since the collapse of Soviet Union. So given the demographic characteristics of Central Asia, where the birth rate still is several times higher than the death rate, and accordingly, the rapid increase in the number of able-bodied population with a growing demand for quality education, timely and employment, and an increase in the level of well-being, external migration became an alternative, and for some, the only option to develop the economic system. So this was favored by a labor shortage in some countries of the Eurasian migration system, particularly in the context of Russian Federation, which until today is the main direction of labor and educational migration for majority of Central Asians. According to the World Bank report for 2020, the main donor countries of migrant workers were Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. Uzbekistan is a 2 million, almost 2 million people. Tajikistan, 1.5 million people, and Kyrgyzstan, 378,000 people. So, however, labor migration from Central Asian countries is typically not only for low-skilled labor, but also for qualified manpower from Central Asia to Russian or Belarusian countries. Another element, very politically important element and very intriguing element, if we study migration process and specifics of migration in Central Asia, hundreds of thousands of Tajik citizens already have Russian passports. and hundreds of thousands of others intend to get Russian passport. This trend is worrying in some contexts. It is impossible to exclude the theoretical possibility of using the legal right of the state to protect its citizens holding Russian passport. Namely, in the future, the fact of citizenship can be used as a reason for interference in the domestic affairs of such countries like Tajikistan. So by 2010, the main driver of young citizens of Central Asia going abroad was higher education once again, based on the results of study conducted in 2021 under the auspice of International Organization of Migration. The higher percentage of these wishing to study abroad from Kazakhstan, 62%, Uzbekistan, 60%, followed by Tajikistan, 48%, and Kyrgyzstan, 38%. My final remarks are about the negative consequences of the impact of migration on the economy of Central Asian countries, which is not considered in a broad sense. Rather, on the contrary, migration is a donor for the development of the economies of Central Asian countries. However, they can still be traced in essential, I would say, certain important sectors of the economy, which can be considered by the examples of shortage of labor resources in the engineering and technological sector of these Central Asian nations. So how Uzbekistan tackles with this issue? The problem in Uzbekistan has been especially felt in the economy since the leadership took a course of modernization and industrialization since end of 2016. With the increase in the number of local and foreign innovative companies in conjunction with such partners like South Korea and Japan, in our industrial metal industry or Uzbek technological industries, we face shortage of qualified and highly qualified specialists as a result of the brain and hand drain from the country in previous years. So this trend of labor shortage in the local labor market is often traced in rural areas due to the presence of a large part of the male population in labor migration. So taking into account the scale of external migration, for example, in Uzbekistan, since 2016, the leadership has radically changed its attitude to the issue, establishing the Agency for External Labor Migration, and its 14 branches has relied on organized migration. So this step provided a very positive context for the coordination of migration flows and social and legal protection of Uzbek migrants, as well as ensuring the protection of labor and health of Uzbek citizens abroad. External migration may increase once again at the end. I'd like to draw your attention. So external migration may increase in some contexts geopolitical dependence of Central Asian countries on host countries. Primarily, if we speak about the Eurasian nations, Russia, for Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan mostly, to a much lesser extent from Kazakhstan, where pro-Russian views are quite high still in these countries. By maintaining close ties with Russian Federation, local elites in these countries do not counter the opinion of the people, but at the same time, they enlist Russian support as an additional source of their own legitimacy. So concluding, I should say to you that the study of these phenomena also led to the conclusion that migration flows originating from Central Asian countries makes them more vulnerable in relation to recipient countries or host countries, and also determine preferences within the framework of foreign policy, where in domestic context, the domestic policy migration tends to modify the foundations of society, launch reform process under the pressure of the civil society, which will subsequently affect further development of the countries of the region based on their chosen domestic political vectrum of development. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. And the fourth presenter was Dr. Gauzat Akumabekova, who are connecting with us all the way from Hokkaido. Microphone to yours, please.
Hello, everyone. Could you hear me? Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay. My name is Gulzat Akhmatbekova. I'm an assistant professor at Hokkaido University. Today, I'm glad to be here, even online, and welcome everyone. My special thanks to the organizers of this conference, especially Professor at Tsukuba University, Timur Dadabayev, for the opportunity to participate in this conference, as well as Ms. Soliva and Ms. Abdrasulova for the arrangements. Today, I would like to talk about the research note. It is the part of our joint research with the Professor Dadabayev, and as well as PhD candidate from Russia who migrated to Central Asia last year, Antonina Spirova. The topic will be Central Asia as a new destination of international migration, focusing on the new migrants' experiences from Russia and Belarus. According to the academic studies relating to Central Asia migration, as well as from Central Asia and to Central Asia, after the Soviet Union collapse, we can see the image of Central Asia as the population outflow region, when they leave their homes mostly for the economic reasons, searching for a good life abroad. However, there are ethnic nations who returned their ethnic Central Asian countries or left the Central Asia. But the situation of Central Asia migration has changed after Russia's invasion to Ukraine in February of last year. The result of this was the sudden influx to Central Asia from Russia and Belarus. There are two waves of the influx. There are many narratives in social media news about the Russian citizens who came with the second wave, that most of them fled the war. The second wave eclipsed the first wave. But we started this research as soon as arrived the first wave, not assuming that there will be a second wave. So in this research note, we will talk about the first wave. Research questions will be as below. Who are they? New migrants in Central Asia, why and with whom they migrated, what are their goals in Central Asia, and which factors play a role in wait out or get citizenship in Central Asia? What are the meanings of Central Asia for the new migrants of the first wave influx from Russia and Belarus, and main features of this wave? To clear the above research questions, were conducted quantitative and qualitative surveys. Targets of the research are the new migrants who arrived at Central Asia from Russia and Belarus from March to the end of August, before mobilization in Russia of last year. Host countries in Central Asia are Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan, because the first wave influx was mostly in these countries. As the quantitative survey was conducted, the online questionnaire and as well as the first face-to-face interviews from September 5th to October 2nd last year, with 30 new migrants and as well as managers at IT parks and co-working centers, as well as local people. On the following slides, I will share the results of the research answering the questions of the study. First, let's see the picture of the new migrant, from which country they came. According to the results of our survey, most of them came from Russia and Belarus. And most of the migrants moved from the big cities such as Moscow, St. Petersburg, Minsk, as well as to the big cities of Central Asia such as Tashkent, Almaty, Bishkek. 70% of them are male and 30 female. Regarding the age, we notice the relatively young age of the arrivals. For instance, in Kazakhstan, about 47% age of migrants is from 21 up to 30 years old, and about 27% up to 40 years old. Next, which specialties came to Central Asia? More than half of them are IT specialists and have IT-related jobs. But also there are other specialties such as marketing, PR, and education, journalism, construction, enterprise, or some creative jobs. The next is about why did they migrate? Many of the interview respondents, as I have already mentioned, are IT specialists who work for Russian or Western companies that have decided to leave the Russian market, such as IT-related company EPAM, transport company InDriver, and others. And in the interview, they said that the company asked to leave Russia quickly as soon as Russia invaded Ukraine. So this is company relocation. But we noted that most of the migrants use the word relocation or relocant, but not migrant. Even they are not tied to some companies and not related with the company at all. Among them, there are also digital nomads who are not tied to the place, where they work as freelancers as well, or there are business owners who have moved their businesses to Central Asia sphere, not only IT, but marketing, PR, or online or offline education. Also, they said that they don't want to support the war and terrorism with taxes, disagreement with the political regime, and inability to fight for its change, don't want to be jailed because of protests, or there was an environment that wrote denunciations. So they want to wait out the situation outside of Russia or Belarus, or they don't see any prospects in Russia and values no longer correspond to Russia. In the next slide, let me read some voice from the interview. Russia unleashed the war and I don't see any prospects. It is not the question of when the war will end. I'm no longer a foot there just while Putin is in power. I felt like a stranger before the war. I thought for a while that I was a minority in Russia. But when the war began, I noticed that all my friends left and I had no one left in St. Petersburg. But when I began to communicate with those who remained in Russia, I realized that these were not my people. When they say against war, this is a trivial thing. Yes, war is bad, but in this case, you need to be not just against, you need to hope and help Ukraine. I want the war to end with the victory of Ukraine and the collapse of the Putin regime. And so I'm not on the same page with the audience trying to sit on two chairs. And this audience either stayed in Russia or went back to Russia. And my audience continues to wander around other countries. Here we can note in the searching for the habitat of the people who similar in values, in this case, against the war, against the conquest of foreign territories. Except the economic and security reasons, we can note the intangible values or attractive factors for this migration. The next about with whom they moved alone or with families or with pets, with friends or with colleagues, with the same values as well. The next slide is about why did they choose the Central Asia. The first reason is that fact of no visa required for entry to Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan. Next, there were direct flights and their air tickets were cheaper than Turkey, Dubai, Georgia. Also, the main reason is the accessibility of Russian language. And the next is about what are the goals in Central Asia after arriving and which factors in the host countries play a role in it. About 60 people in Kazakhstan and 39 people in Kyrgyzstan from interview stay more than 1 year. Some of the online and interviews respondents go to European or Southeastern countries, USA, Canada, but one of the reasons is that they don't like the post-Soviet space. Some of them not decided yet, but some of them decided to get citizenship in Central Asia. And the next is about the factors in the host countries play a role in it. The first, host countries has some policy and conditions such as multi-renewal temporary registration, which is convenient for migrants, as well as host countries launched the visa for IT specialists. For instance, in Uzbekistan, using the platform of Uzbekistan IT Park helped relocants with a special program Tashrash from Russia and Belarus, which hosted 6,000 experts from March to May and launched IT visa. Also, Kyrgyzstan High Technology Park initiated development of a new status for digital nomads. And we should say there was training for digital nomads since even before the arrival of these migrants. The countries of Central Asia were working on the development of IT sector in promoting them to the world market. And this was the additional base for IT specialists, and the arrival of them is the additional motivation is imposing themselves as a destination for digital nomads. New migrants. Yeah. How many minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. And two new migrants talked about the easy adaptation and stay more longer because of easy accessibility of Russian language in many platforms. And the next is about the stereotypes collapsed and rethinking about Central Asia by the migrants. They had some stereotypes of Central Asia which were collapsed after arriving and living there. For example, that Central Asia as religious countries, for example, women all wear veils, or less developed countries, the example all live in yurts or riding camels. Central Asians all have rural mentality left by immigrants from Central Asia living in Russia, or that former image of Central Asia as a resource supply state and others. Above stereotypes losing its colors, or Central Asia acquires a new image, a place for international migration, a realization for tangible, intangible human values. For example, migrants noted that it is cheap to live in Central Asia, live comfortably with salary receiving from abroad in Central Asia. They receive more than $2,000 and rent the apartment about up to $500. It is increased after the second wave, and maybe not this more than these prices. Also, prices in Central Asia allow different and alternative educational courses, tourist services, or entertainment places, save some money for the future. Also, they feel calm in Central Asia and become ready to start the main steps in social life, such as planning children, buy real estate, choose the area where to live, or rethought life in a different way, in a new way, to appreciate the present time, to value themselves, to appreciate life and not to chase endless profit. Also found people in similar intangible values. Here there's some voices. I will not read this one. And about the meanings of Central Asia for new migrants of the first wave influx is because of the convenient entry and state procedures. Central Asia is the place of beginning or continuation of the professional, political, economic activities, cooperation in the development in some various. Launching of significant social plans, realizing the tangible, intangible values of person, rethinking life on basis of the Central Asians' attitude, self-realization throughout work, travel, nature, as well as to see again Soviet architecture. And as the concluded points, we should say that we could see the reverse migration in mass from Russia and Belarus to Central Asia. These features of the influx to Central Asia from February to September last year doesn't reflect their views of the second wave migrants, and therefore may differ. Features described here should be integrated to the further theoretical understanding to positioning the Central Asia as the international migration destination, including comparative analysis with the second wave. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the fascinating finding. Okay, finally, I'd like to invite the last speaker, Professor Lastamjon Ryboev, all the way from Sweden, University of Lund.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks so much for giving me a floor. And let me share my PowerPoint before. Okay. As far as I can see, most of the debates here are focused on empirical issues or policy debates within migration debates, and I will try to contribute to today's session through the theoretical and comparative debates in migration studies, and then I try to describe Central Asian labor migration to Russia and Turkey in a broader perspective. This presentation is based on our recent book published in Palgrave International Political Economy series, and I published this book together with my colleague Shehzad Yaraliyev, and it's about Central Asian migrant workers in Russia and Turkey. And if we try to understand this broader migration debates, debates within the migration studies, within international migration, one dominant or one mainstream picture emerged, which focuses on migrants' experiences and migration governance processes in the context of Western countries. But migration processes in non-Western contexts, like Central Asian labor migration to Russia and Turkey, they do not feature much in broader migration studies debate. And through our research of Central Asian migrants' everyday experiences in Russia and Turkey, with Shehzad, we try to contribute to the broader debates, especially to theoretical and comparative debates in migration studies. And the questions we ask is, can existing migration regimes frameworks, which are based largely on the, I need to go back. Based on the experience of migrants in Western countries, more or less, generally speaking, Western liberal democracies, can be applied to the case of non-Western migration locales, such as Russia and Turkey, where migrants experience different socio-legal environment. The context which is characterized by widespread informality, corruption, weak rule of law, weakly functioning civil society institutions, labor unions. So this is a context, and we try to understand how migrants navigate the legal system and institutions in non-democratic contexts like Russia and Turkey. And so through this study, we would like to contribute new empirical and theoretical insights to broader debates. And of course, this gap in the literature in theoretical and comparative debates in migration studies is due to the ongoing legacies of the Three Worlds division of social scientific labor, which tries to focus on global south-north migration. Because when we talk about migration, it's usually implied migration from south to north, and contexts like Russia and Turkey, which is one of the top migrant receiving destinations, is underrepresented in comparative debates. And also, given the fact that most of the migration destinations worldwide are located outside the West, like Gulf countries, Russia, Turkey, and there are also big migration flows within Latin America and also West and North Africa. I mean, this is the global landscape or picture of the migration is changing. So this is where we position our research to contribute to this broader debates. And then we use we tentatively call this non-Western migration regimes. I mean, migration regimes characterized by different political and legal environment. Yes, in our study, we mainly rely on ethnographic study with Shehzad. We conducted 20 months of field work between January 2014 and January 2022 in Russia and Turkey. And of course, we visited Russia before the onset of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But to Istanbul, we are frequently visiting and conducting studies, and we explored in both destinations, in Russia and Turkey, how migrant workers adapt to the reality in Russia's and Turkey's hybrid political regime. Given that we previously conducted fieldwork, so it was easy to establish contacts, and also given that we are two Uzbek scholars, it gave us more or less networks, and cultural competence also enabled us to establish contacts with migrants in Russia and Turkey. And of course, Russia and Turkey, this is not new to any of us sitting here. These are new migration hubs, or maybe already 2 decades old since they became migration hubs. And these countries are one of the top destinations, especially for Central Asian labor migrants, due to cultural and historical ties between these regions. And one thing that struck us during our study of Russia and Turkey, in Russia, migrants face a restrictive legal environment, and they are also condemned very often as gastarbeiteri or Churki, or there is a big racism in Russia in relation to Central Asians, and legal environment and police corruption is widespread. But one thing that was interesting for us when we conducted fieldwork in Russia and Turkey, when we asked Central Asian migrants, specifically Uzbeks, whether they prefer Russia or Turkey in terms of labor migration. Interestingly, many of our informants, despite the fact that Russia is xenophobic and then there is widespread corruption, they still preferred Russia, and they gave us they summarized this in one sentence: Turk'ta iman var, lekin insaf yok; Orus'ta iman yok, lekin insaf var, which roughly translated as Turks have faith in Islam, but no sense of justice, mercy. Russians have no faith, they are not Muslim, but they have a sense of justice, mercy. This was a recurring comparison which came during our interviews with Central Asian migrants in Istanbul, for example, when we interviewed them. And one thing that I can, since we have limited time here, so I'm not going to describe all the empirical data we collected, but in Russia, despite the fact that Central Asian migrants are exposed to racism and police corruption, there is a big chain of labor migration, and then they are better organized in Russian labor market. Despite the fact that there is no enclave of Uzbeks in Moscow, they are dispersed. They live in different parts of Moscow, for example, but they are organized through the smartphones, Telegram groups, and there is self-help and informal networks where they can build on when they experience problems. Also, their working conditions in comparison to Turkey is much better, and they argue that they face less exploitation in terms of working hours, and then they have more agency when it comes to navigating the challenge in daily life situations. In Turkey, in Istanbul, when you visit Istanbul, there are several Uzbek ethnic enclaves in Istanbul, especially in Aksaray, Kumkapı, Yenikapı area, and then they call it Uzbek Mahalla. So Uzbeks are concentrated in one place in Istanbul, many Uzbeks, and there are shopping streets, apartments there they rent, and then Uzbeks are concentrated in one place. But despite the fact that they are organized, in one place, and they have their own kind of mahalla in Istanbul, as migrants say so, they are still weakly organized in Turkish labor market. This is due to the fact that this has to do with the organization of the labor process. In Istanbul, very often they use the word shirkat, which means intermediaries. They have more power, and then migrants lose jobs.
2 minutes left.
Yeah, there is a more instance of exploitation. Yes, how many minutes I have? Sorry.
2 minutes.
Okay, I try to be quick. So this means, I mean, Uzbek migrants are not well established in Turkish labor market, while in Moscow, despite all the problems they experience, they have more agency. So that's what I mean came as a recurring pattern in our interviews. So this is one of the key things, and then we argue in our research that even in authoritarian context, I mean, migrants have agency, and sometimes the existence of weak rule of law, corruption actually enables migrants to bend the law and to meet the legal challenge. For example, in Moscow, even if migrants are stopped by police, they often stated that they can pay bribes and they can get away. While in Turkey, this is not the case, and then it's not possible to have much agency in Istanbul. I think due to time limitations, I don't have possibility to present, so I try to be as short as possible. So one key lesson is that we need a different theoretical lens to understand migrants' legal adaptation patterns in non-Western contexts like Russia and Turkey. So it's not all about being legal or illegal. In migration contexts like Russia and Turkey, migrants should be able should have a knowledge of street law, and they should be able to navigate the legal system, and their ability to establish contacts with informal channels is important in navigating the legal system. Thank you so much. I can finish here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we conclude the session, but I'd like to hear some concluding remarks from either both of you.
Dear colleagues, I think we had a very long, a bit exhausting, but still very productive day, very fruitful day of discussions, of exchange of ideas, and hopefully establishing strong networks between us. I think which is even it's also very important. So I hope this kind of cooperation is just a starting point for the next round of various events, smaller scale, bigger scale. And we also do hope that we will also cooperate more on joint some research projects. I think it's essential to bring such events as outputs of some specific research. And many thanks to our different partners and institutions who supported this initiative and become co-organizers of this conference, and especially big thanks to our strategic partner, I hope, University of Tsukuba, to President Nagat, and specifically to Professor Dadabayev and his excellent range of colleagues who made this long trip from Japan to join us and to speak on such important issues. Thank you very much. I hope we will meet more times in the future. Professor Dadabayev, if you'd like to say
I will just
a couple of words.
join you. I would like to thank all the participants, both online and offline. Are also in this particular group who has the courage and commitment to stay so late. There are a few things that I wanted to mention along the lines of academic sort of findings. There are a few sort of keywords that I thought we could distill out of these discussions. The first one is that, it became obvious throughout all the sessions that data does not speak for itself. Data needs some kind of narrative or explanation and context. So that's the first thing that I felt, that we've discussed throughout all the sessions. The second thing is that, we need to have new definitions to the meanings that we accept as a given. So in that particular sense, the notions of decolonization, education, resilience, all of these issues need to be redefined, taken into account, the realities that we live in. The third sort of point that I've sort of distilled is that we need to provide region-specific definitions. We do not have universal definitions, and we need to arrive at the point that no universal definitions can be given to any concepts that we're discussing. The fourth, keyword that I felt that we all agree upon is that there is a need not only to define these meanings, but also operationalize them so that we can actually use them to resolve real life problems. Because very often our academic discussions arrive at just, philosophical sort of reasoning of certain events without any possibility of application. So I thought that would be another sort of point. And the final point is that, we need to accept that, knowledge is not value free. Knowledge is value based. In different parts of the world, coming from different cultural, religious, and political environments, we arrive at certain knowledge generation. If we accept this, then many different meanings and many different contexts would make sense. And so I think those would be the keywords that would perhaps could serve as a backbone for further cooperation or the projects that we could collaborate on. And the very final note, I would like to thank organizers, my partner, for an extended period of time, Dr. Akram Umarov, but also, our great, supporter and facilitator, Mehrinsa Abdurasulova, who made this all, possible in logistical sense. Thank you very much to everyone, and I would like to close this session here.